Chapter 160. The Empire's Crisis Outside the Pill Pagoda. It was a scene of devastation. Hundreds of late-stage divine transformation cultivators were all killed within the capital of the Black Dragon Empire. Everyone present, whether they were soldiers, generals, or royal relatives, knew that after today, the Black Dragon Empire would completely break off relations with the Great Qian Empire. The reason why the prince beside the emperor dared to go to the Black Dragon Empire without any scruples was because he knew that Qin wouldn't dare to kill him. However, he didn't expect that he would die at the hands of an early-stage divine transformation cultivator, and with just one sword strike. After killing Huang Puliai, Long Chun stood in place without moving a single step, as if everything around him was insignificant. No one dared to come within 100 meters of him. That sword strike, just now, was shocking and awe-inspiring. "Your Majesty, what do we do now? Huang Puliai is dead, and the hundreds of late-stage divine transformation cultivators have all been killed. This news will definitely reach the Great Qian Empire within 10 days. When that time comes, the consequences will be unimaginable," a general said in a deep voice. Qin nodded, looked deeply at Long Chun, and replied, "Prepare for war. Take out 50% of our forces and send them to the only route between the Great Qian Empire and the Black Dragon Empire." Yes, the generals retreated one by one. Before leaving, they couldn't help but glance at Long Chun, as if they wanted to remember this youth in their hearts. "Qin, you stay here and arrange the follow-up matters. The rest of you, follow me back to the Imperial Palace." Qin continued. Third Prince Qin was startled at first, but immediately agreed. After everyone left, Qin walked toward Long Chun under everyone's gaze. In front of countless people in the Pill Pagoda, he bowed and saluted. After a while, his eyes were like stars, and he said to Long Chun in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, please save the Black Dragon Empire." Once they started a war with the Great Qian Empire, the possibility of the Black Dragon Empire's defeat was extremely high. Even if the 5 great sects controlled it, it wouldn't be destroyed, but it would still pay a huge price. And this price was definitely not something the Black Dragon Empire could bear. For some reason, Qin had an incomparably strong feeling that perhaps only the person in front of him could help him in this situation. Demons dance chaotically. Demons star chaotic world destiny. Qin still remembered what the Imperial Advisor had said that day. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Long Chun's mouth. Qin's move of retreating in order to advance was also very subtle. His intention of having Qin come and talk to him was also very obvious, but Long Chun didn't care. Looking at Qin in front of him, Long Chun's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. The scenes from his previous life were still vivid in his mind. After taking a deep breath, Long Chun replied, "This is what I owe you. I said that I would let you rule the world, and I will never go back on my words. This matter started because of me, so I will naturally settle it myself. Brother Long Chun and I have not done anything for each other, so where does the word owe come from?" Qin asked doubtfully. Long Chun smiled and gestured for Qin to enter the room, indicating that they should talk in detail. He had no intention of explaining. On the other side, Qin and many other princes and officials had already returned to the Imperial Palace. Everyone's face was extremely gloomy. They all knew that the Black Dragon Empire was facing a great calamity. Inside the palace, the civil and military officials, as well as the princes and relatives, were all silent. "Monarch, are we really going to war with the Great Qian Empire for that youth?" a civil official asked with an ashen face. Qin coldly glanced at this person and said in a deep voice, "Can you use your pig brain to think carefully before you speak? If I had known that Long Chun could kill Huang Puliai, I would have risked my life to protect Huang Puliai. But after Huang Puliai died under Long Chun's sword, do you think that the Great Qian Empire would let the Black Dragon Empire go, even if I killed Long Chun and handed over his head?" A military official also sneered and said, "Lord Liang, you are really too naive. The prince beside the emperor and the Great Qian Empire's monarch are brothers. The two of them are of the same breath and branch. If you tell everyone that he is an early-stage soul transformation realm cultivator and killed a late-stage soul transformation realm cultivator, would they believe you? I'm afraid that in a few days, the great Qian Empire will spread the news that it was our Black Dragon Empire who secretly killed him. Everyone was silent. The civil official surnamed Liang's face turned green and purple, and he no longer spoke. After a long time, no one was able to speak. Qin Xing looked at the civil and military officials in the hall without saying a word. He shook his head and sighed. He also knew that this battle was unavoidable. After a deep sigh, he began to cough violently. Bring forward the coronation ceremony and prepare for war. Perhaps my life will be of some use. I only hope that the monarch of the great Qian Empire will withdraw his troops when the time comes. Qin Xing turned and left the hall. Many officials began to discuss. Only the great prince, Qin Feng, was so excited that his body was trembling. He never thought that today would be a blessing in disguise. Bringing forward the coronation ceremony meant that he would ascend to the position of crown prince. Once Qin Xing abdicated, he would become the monarch of the Black Dragon Empire. As for whether Qin Lai would die or not, he didn't care. The next morning, Qin Lai walked out of the Pill Pagoda in a daze. He went straight back to the imperial capital and immediately went to Qin Xing's palace. Qin Xing saw that Qin Lai had returned and asked, Long Chun was originally your guest. Yesterday, you were the first to help him. He should have a good impression of you. We must try our best to rope him in. He will definitely be one of the top 3 on the road of immortal ascension. This is very important to the Black Dragon Empire. Qin Lai nodded and replied. Long Chun was originally a member of the Black Dragon Empire. He said that as long as he can pass the road of immortal ascension, he will definitely enter the 5 great sects in the name of the Black Dragon Empire. Qin Xing heard this and nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that Qin Lai wanted to say something, he couldn't help but ask, If you have something to say, say it. Qin Lai was silent for a long time and said, It's nothing. I'm a little tired. I'll take my leave first. Qin Xing watched Qin Lai leave and shook his head. In his heart, the third Prince Qin Lai had always been the #1 candidate to be the crown prince. He had even planned to announce it during the coronation ceremony. But now, it seemed that not only would the coronation ceremony be brought forward, but only the first prince would be chosen. Long Chun had killed Huang Puliai. At this moment, he couldn't abolish the crown prince's position and cause internal strife. In reality, in his previous life, the third prince became the crown prince. The first prince rebelled and forcefully took the throne. After the third prince was abolished and fled, he met Long Chun by chance. In this life, because of Long Chun, the situation had changed outside the Great Hall. Qin Lai recalled the day before when he asked Long Chun if he had a way to resolve the crisis of the Black Dragon Empire. Long Chun's answer echoed in his ears. 1 man and 1 sword, that's enough. Qin Lai muttered to himself. What kind of person is he? Why did he help me? How can 1 man and 1 sword fight against an empire? Regarding Long Chun, Qin Lai had thousands of questions in his heart, but he didn't know where to start. In his eyes, Long Chun was full of mystery and arrogance. No one dared to defy him. It was as if nothing in the world was in his eyes. Chapter 161. Heaven's Klanda, Qian Empire. Imperial capital, inside the Imperial Palace. The emperor of the Qian Empire, Huang Puliuo, had a gloomy expression on his face. Did the emperor beside the emperor really die in the Black Dragon Empire's capital? Huang Puliuo's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. Emperor, it is said that the emperor beside the emperor led more than 100 late divine transformation stage cultivators to capture a young man called Long Chun. However, no one would have thought that the Black Dragon Empire would dare to kill the emperor beside the emperor for this person. A middle-aged man wearing a python robe said in a deep voice, Why aren't the other countries afraid of our Qian Empire? Now that the Black Dragon Empire is doing this, they're simply not putting our emperor in their eyes. A third-rate empire dares to humiliate the dignity of our Qian Empire. This matter will not be settled peacefully. Even if the immortal path is about to open, so what? This time, we will definitely make the Black Dragon Empire pay the price in blood. Everyone spoke one after another, all filled with righteous indignation. Naturally, they blamed the death of the emperor beside the emperor, Huang Puliai, on the head of the entire Azure Dragon Empire. In fact, as Qin Xing and the others said, even if there were rumors that Long Chun killed the emperor beside the emperor, no one would believe it. How could a late divine transformation stage cultivator be killed by an early divine transformation stage cultivator? Huang Puliuo slightly pressed his hands down, his whole body emitting a terrifying aura. He said in a cold voice, "Within 3 days, I want an army of 300,000 to attack the Black Dragon Empire. Fight! Fight!" Black Dragon Empire, inside the Pill Pagoda. Long Chun seemed to be unconcerned about the war between the two countries caused by his sword. He was still sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room. His attention was completely focused on the mysterious Dragon Palace in his mind. Since his rebirth, the Dragon Palace had always existed in his sea of consciousness. As his cultivation increased, the fog that shrouded it dissipated. Although Long Chun had just entered the late divine transformation stage, he had the sovereign's divine sense and a sea of qi. Even in his previous life, he could not compare. Therefore, although he was only in the late divine transformation stage, he could easily kill a late divine transformation stage cultivator. An entire great stage, such heaven-defying combat strength, could be said to be unprecedented. This chaotic golden tome is indeed a legendary holy item. If I continue to cultivate like this, I'm afraid my cultivation will become even more heaven-defying as I progress. A Qi sea of 100,000 miles is simply unheard of. With such a sea of Qi, what kind of scene would it be once he condenses his core and steps into the return to void stage? Long Chun murmured. Even he was a little dazed. After sighing for a while, Long Chun emptied his mind and poured all his divine thoughts into the Dragon Palace in his sea of consciousness. Wong. A roaring sound reverberated in Long Chun's mind, and the boundless sea of consciousness suddenly surged with monstrous waves. Long Chun only felt that his divine thoughts were instantly grabbed by a giant hand and pulled into the interior of the Dragon Palace. When Long Chun got rid of the powerful shackles, he realized that he had entered the Dragon Palace in person. This feeling was extremely mysterious. He could even clearly sense the sensation of touch. What exactly is this place? For a moment, Long Chun only felt that his mouth and tongue were dry. He slowly walked toward the center of the Dragon Palace. This was because he clearly remembered that this was the place where the spirit of the true dragon resided. After walking for less than 100 steps, Long Chun stepped into a large hall. Inside the hall, there were dancing dragons and phoenixes. On both sides of the hall, there were 9 mythical beasts. The brilliant light made it impossible for anyone to see it. The first mythical beast had 4 eyes, black skin, a long neck for legs, and a huge mouth that looked like it was about to swallow the world. Its name was Tao Tai. The second mythical beast was shaped like a giant lion. Its body was covered in smoke and fire, as if it was about to take flight. Its name was Swan and Eye. Every mythical beast was vivid and lifelike. Their bodies were covered in golden light. However, if one looked closely, it was not difficult to see that each of them was a huge stone statue. In the center of the hall, there was a huge golden plaque, and on it was written the 9 sons of the dragon, conquering the ages. The 8 golden words were like thunderbolts. The domineering aura made one tremble in fear. Long Chun walked forward slowly. After taking a few steps, his body emitted a golden light. A coiling golden dragon whizzed out from his body and roared toward the sky. A feeling of flesh and blood instantly surged in Long Chun's heart. This is the nameless origin energy. Could it be that the origin energy cultivated by the chaotic golden book is the origin energy of the dragon? Long Chun saw the golden dragon form around him and suddenly realized. At this moment, he understood that the chaotic golden book was most likely the cultivation method of the dragon clan in the legends. This dragon palace was the dragon clan's divine hall of inheritance. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he walked forward again. When he stepped into the central hall, his mouth was dry. Including the central hall in front of him, there were a total of 9 halls in the dragon palace. Apart from the first hall, there was a dragon statue in each of the other 8 halls. 5-clawed golden dragon, 3-eyed thunder dragon, green dragon, azure dragon, mirage dragon, horned dragon, coiling dragon, gazing dragon. The moment Long Chun stepped into the central hall, he saw the words Ancestral Dragon written on the top. This was also the place where Long Chun saw the dragon spirit that day. After countless years, my clan will finally see the light of day again. A dragon's roar sounded from the endless dragon spirit in front of him. The space in all directions shook, and even cracks appeared out of nowhere. Long Chun realized that although this place was in his sea of consciousness, it seemed to be a separate space. It was extremely strange. Since you have the origin energy of the dragon, you are my heavenly clan. I will help you activate the dragon bloodline. The wind and clouds surged. The giant dragon head slowly descended toward Long Chun. Its eyes were full of disdain. When their eyes met, the ancestral dragon's shadow fell into Long Chun's body. In an instant, Long Chun felt as if all the blood in his body was boiling. It was as if he was in a sea of fire and magma. The burning sensation spread throughout his body. His skin began to crack, his bones began to collapse. His blood began to evaporate. However, the golden dragon's shadow behind him became more and more solid. In the cultivation room of the Pill Pagoda, Long Chun's body was gradually covered by scales. A terrifying aura reverberated in the air. His eyes suddenly opened, and there was actually a substantial golden light leaping out of his pupils. Heavenly Dragon Bloodline. I, Long Chun, have obtained the number 1 bloodline in the 10 Directions celestial territory. Long Chun could not help but laugh. Buzz. As Long Chun's fingers moved slightly, streaks of origin energy appeared in his hand. At this moment, there was a golden dragon rising and falling in his energy sea. He also clearly felt that the blood essence in his body had completely turned into a pure golden color. Gradually, there were many thoughts that did not belong to him in his mind. Yazi Fighting Soul, come out. The dragon's shadow around Long Chun shook. As his right hand moved, a stone statue in the main hall of the Dragon Palace collapsed. A giant beast, soul the size of a small mountain, appeared in front of him and crawled on the ground. This beast had a dragon's body and a jackal, and its eyes were like bells. Chapter 162. Reduce the number of troops by 20. 000 Yazi prostrated on the ground and spoke in human language. I'm willing to establish the dragon race's peerless merit for my master. When Long Chun heard this, he was greatly shocked. The ancestral dragon's message that appeared in his mind was actually real. From today onwards, he was no longer a human. He was a lineage of the Azure Heaven, the leader of the dragon race. The so-called dragon clan was one of a kind in the world. In other words, Long Chun was the only dragon in the world. Although these 9 mythical beasts have the body of a dragon bloodline beast, they are the soul of an unparalleled war god. If they were to establish their own god's kingdom in the future, they would become unparalleled divine generals. Long Chun's eyes shone brightly. With the soul of such a divine beast, his road to revenge in the future would undoubtedly be much smoother. I order you to escape into the void and search for your current body. As my lord commands. As Long Chun finished speaking, the Yazi Fighting Soul swayed and disappeared into the void. Tao Dai Fighting Soul, come out. I'm willing to contribute to the Dragon Clan's glory for my master. The 9 fighting souls disappeared in front of Long Chun, and the 9 mythological beast statues in the first hall of the mysterious Dragon Palace disappeared. I wonder what kind of experts these 9 fighting souls will find to reside in, and whether they can really be of use to me. Long Chun muttered to himself and did not think too much about it. Dong dong. Just when Long Chun was about to try out the power of the dragon bloodline that he now possessed, there was a series of knocks on the door. This made him frown abruptly. One had to know that under normal circumstances, it was very taboo to be interrupted while cultivating in a secret room. Presumably, there was some urgent matter. Long Chun steadied his mind and walked out of the cultivation room. Lutsong Lan was right in front of him. Guild leader, may I know why you're looking for me so urgently? Long Chun asked. Lutsong Lan replied, originally, I shouldn't have disturbed Brother Long Chen's cultivation, but I know that you and the third prince are old friends, and I've received news that he might be in big trouble. Long Chun frowned and motioned for Lutsong Lan to continue. However, as Lutsong Lan spoke, his expression grew colder and colder, and his brows tightened. The Crown Prince had already been conferred as the Crown Prince of the Black Dragon Empire, and according to what Lutsong Lan had heard from Palace Alchemist, the Big Dry Empire was already marching towards the Black Dragon Empire. It could be said that the Black Dragon Empire was bound to lose this battle. But no one would have thought that the vanguard general this time was the third Prince Qin Lai. Long Chun was silent for a moment before he said, that's not necessarily a bad thing. After saying that, Long Chun ignored Lutsong Lan's puzzled expression and walked out of the room. In fact, Long Chun knew that with his current strength, as long as the 5 great sects did not interfere, he could easily push the third prince onto the throne. The Black Dragon Empire was really too small in his eyes. Although he was only at the first level of the deity transformation realm, he could easily become the strongest person below the Void Return realm. No one in the deity transformation realm could be his match. However, he also knew that if he pushed Qin Lai onto the throne with iron-blooded methods, it was very likely that the 5 great sects would interfere. After all, the great empires were under the command of the 5 great sections. He had to make Qin Lai's reputation even greater. That way, the 5 great sects might not interfere with the change of the throne. After a few turns, Long Chun arrived at the barracks outside the imperial capital. Who are you? State your name. The leader of the soldiers stopped Long Chun. Long Chun said indifferently, go and report to the third Prince Qin Lai. Just say that Long Chun requests an audience. Long Chun? After hearing this, the soldier's expression changed. As a soldier of the imperial capital, how could he not know the name that had spread throughout the various empires? You're Long Chun, the third on the heaven list who defeated Jian Shursan with a single sword strike? The guard said involuntarily, it's rumored that you also killed Huang Puliai with a single sword strike. I wonder if that's true? As soon as this person spoke, the soldiers who were originally training all around seemed to have heard the name Long Chun. They ran over from afar, their faces full of reverence. Is this the rumored person? I didn't expect him to be so young. We've been stationed outside the city these days and heard your name. There are rumors that you killed Huang Puliai. I think it's fake. Huang Puliai is a late-stage deity transformation realm expert of the Deqian Empire. Long Chen's expression darkened slightly. If this was a market, it would be fine, but this was a barracks. These people were soldiers who were about to enter the battlefield. Why were they so undisciplined? What nonsense are you all making? While everyone was sighing, Qin Lai walked towards them in his silver armor and shouted at them to retreat. When he saw Long Chen's gloomy face, he suddenly smiled bitterly and said, Brother Long Chun, come with me to the tent. I don't know why you've come. I know you're in trouble, so I've come to help, Long Chun said lightly. Qin Lai's expression froze. In fact, he had a lot of doubts in his heart. From the moment he saw Long Chun seemed to have an inexplicable good impression of him. However, he couldn't think of when he had done Long Chun a favor. After entering the tent, Qin Lai finally couldn't help but ask, Brother Long Chun, although you've been my guest, I've never done you such a favor. Is there any other reason why you're treating me like this? Long Chun smiled and said, you've saved my life. The reason why I'm where I am today is all thanks to you. These words made Qin Lai even more confused. When had he ever saved Long Chun? What did his achievements today have to do with him? Unfortunately, Long Chun didn't have any intention of continuing, so he didn't ask anymore. In fact, Long Chun sighed in his heart. The current Qin Lai had nothing to do with him, but if not for the previous Qin Lai, Where would Long Chun, who had stepped into the sovereign realm in his previous life, have come from? How would he, who had obtained the chaotic golden book and been reborn today? Even Long Chun couldn't fathom the mysteries of karma in the world. Everything was just following his heart. The favor of the previous life, I'll repay it today. The enmity of the previous life, I'll repay it in this life. It was all for the sake of a clear thought. Long Chun stopped thinking about it and asked in a low voice, "Does the monarch really want you to use 50,000 soldiers as the vanguard to fight the great Qian Empire's 300,000 soldiers?" Qin Lai didn't know where Long Chun got the news from, so he just smiled bitterly and nodded. Last night at midnight, Father announced that the first prince was crowned as the crown prince. From the day of the decree, he will be in charge of government affairs. The first thing he did was to let me be the vanguard, Qin Lai replied. Without waiting for Long Chun to speak, he continued, "Qin Feng and I have always been at odds, so it's understandable for us to suppress him like this. After all, although the chances of dying as the vanguard aren't high, defeat is unavoidable. My position in the court will also plummet." Long Chun nodded. Although Qin Feng's actions were meant to suppress him, they were still authorized by Qin Qing. Qin Qing naturally wouldn't let Qin Lai die for no reason. Long Chun thought for a while and said, "Originally, I planned to end this battle directly, but now it seems that this battle should be ended by you personally." Hearing this, Qin Lai's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of the battle that Long Chun fought in the 100-Mile Valley. If he had Long Chen's help, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't lose too badly. "Please speak clearly, Brother Long Chun," Qin Lai said seriously. Chapter 163. On the eve of the great battle, 50,000 troops, 20,000 less. When Long Chun said this, the wine cup in Qin Lai's hand fell to the ground as he stared at Long Chun in shock. "Long Chun, don't joke around. The Big Dry Empire has a total of 300,000 troops this time. My vanguard only has 50,000 soldiers. If I were to lose another 20,000 men, it would be impossible for me to return alive." Although Qin Lai believed in Long Chen's battle formation, Long Chen's words were too shocking. 300,000 against 30,000, 10 times the battle strength. Even if the battle formation was strong, how could they win? Moreover, the battle today was not like the battle at the 100-Mile Valley. The Big Dry Empire's soldiers far surpassed the Black Dragon Empire. This battle was a battle with their backs to the river. If they were to reduce their own strength, it would be no different from suicide. Seeing Long Chen's indifference, Qin Lai continued to explain, "Brother Long Chun may have seen it. The soldiers outside are all new recruits. Many of them are not even from the old empire. There are already people in the court who have guessed that the battle between the two empires has already been decided. This so-called vanguard and the next few battles are just to appease the anger of the Big Dry Empire. In the end, my father will personally go to the Big Dry Empire to ask for forgiveness." When Qin Lai finished speaking, his expression was extremely ugly and ashen. But he also knew that the battle between the Black Dragon Empire and the Big Dry Empire was no different from throwing an egg at a rock. If they wanted to reduce the losses of the Black Dragon Empire, this was the only way. "If the third prince trusts me, you can leave the matters of the camp to me before the battle," Long Chun replied. Qin Lai saw Long Chen's confident words and was actually a little shaken. After thinking for a while, Qin Lai shouted, "Instead of using 50,000 troops to protect my life, I will hand my life over to Brother Long Chun today." The next morning, a piece of news spread throughout the camp. The third Prince Qin Lai ordered to reduce the number of soldiers by 20,000. For a while, the entire army camp was filled with excitement as the 20,000 people that had been reduced cried out in joy. Everyone knew that they were the vanguard this time, facing the Big Dry Empire's 300,000 army. Rather than calling a charge, it was more like cannon fodder. The 20,000 men quickly withdrew from Qin Lai's encampment. The remaining 30,000 men had ashen faces. When Long Chun and Qin Lai walked out of the barracks, many Kiliarchs stood up. "General, what are you doing? Why did you reduce the number of troops by 20,000? Do Do you think that 30,000 of US should be sent to our deaths? Against an army of 300,000, only 30,000 of us have to lead the charge. This is not fair. I quit. This is simply courting death. Since there are going to be casualties, it doesn't make much of a difference to me. A series of shouts quickly spread throughout the army. The entire camp was in turmoil because of Long Chen's decision. There was even a Chiliarch who took advantage of the chaos to blend into the crowd and rush out of the camp. Whoosh! At this time, in front of the camp, a cold light flashed in everyone's eyes as they felt their surroundings darken. Those who retreat without a fight and disobey military orders, behead. As the cold light dissipated, a blood sword soared into the sky. All the voices disappeared like the ebbing tide. Long Chen was standing in front of everyone at some point, and the Chiliarch who had just stepped out of the tent was already beheaded. At the same time, Qin Lai walked out in his battle armor with a serious expression. Clang! Under the gazes of everyone, Qin Lai stood beside Long Chen and unsheathed his sword. 5 days later, I will lead you against an army of 300,000 from the great Qian Empire. Perhaps you all think that you will definitely die in this battle, and everyone has the thought of escaping if there is a chance. Perhaps you all think that you will die, and I, the third prince of the Black Dragon Empire, will live. Qin Lai's voice became louder with each sentence, and the last sentence was like rolling thunder, causing people's hearts to tremble. At the same time, he waved his sword and said, "If we lose this battle, then you and I will sleep together in the 9 underworlds." Qin Lai's words caused the entire army to calm down. They were all new soldiers and did not have many thoughts of fighting for the empire. Some people even chose to eat the imperial family's food to not starve to death on the streets. However, they knew that the third prince's life was very valuable. If he wasn't afraid, then how could they, who were 7 feet tall and soldiers, be afraid? Seeing that the scene had returned to order, Qin Lai looked deeply at Long Chen and said, "In the next 5 days, young Master Long Chen will conduct special training for you all. If there is any disobedience, you will be dealt with according to military law." Long Chen slowly walked forward with a faint smile on his face. Standing in front of tens of thousands of soldiers, he seemed to have returned to his previous life when he had established the Firmament God Kingdom. Below the stage, there was a burst of discussion. Everyone's eyes were filled with contempt. These days, although Long Chen's name on the heaven list made them admire him, could such a young man really lead them? In the face of an army of 300,000, he still proposed a ridiculous order to reduce the number of soldiers by 20,000, ignoring the gazes of the crowd. Long Chen's sword was still dripping blood. He knew that he had to train these 30,000 people into iron-blooded soldiers within 5 days. A troop of iron-blooded soldiers who would only obey orders. The moment Long Chen stood up, Qin Lai slowly walked out of the crowd's sight. Today, he had already handed his life over to Long Chen. "Everyone, stand here until noon tomorrow. If you move an inch, you will be killed without mercy." After Qin Lai left, Long Chen's first order stunned everyone. But when they saw the dead centurion, they all felt a chill run down their spine. They could only stand where they were and did not dare to move an inch. Just like that, they stood for an entire day. Until noon the next day, Yin came to the barracks, under everyone's watchful eyes. Long Chen and Yin Li used spirit stones to inscribe an extremely huge array formation. The entire array formation contained a total of 30,000 soldiers. What are they doing? Are they going to practice a battle formation? But it's only a few days until the battle begins. What's the use of practicing this? What is he trying to do? Although this Major General's strength is strong, is his method of training us to stand here and bask in the sun? Finally, the crowd could not help but whisper to each other. Long Chen placed the spirit stones to carve the formation. After hearing the whispers of the crowd, he said indifferently, "Everyone, take a good breath of fresh air. In the next 3 days, I will let you experience a hellish life. When the time comes, I'm afraid you will remember this day for the rest of your lives." Under the scorching sun, Long Chen's words made them feel a bone-chilling cold. Unconsciously, they looked at the formation carvings on the ground. For some reason, they felt a faint sense of unease. At this moment, the crowd also knew why they had to reduce the number of soldiers by 20,000. It was because even though the two of them worked together to carve and set up this formation, it still took them an entire day. The amount of spirit stones used was probably tens of thousands. Chapter 164. Illusion Realm Array in just a day or two. The news of the third Prince Qin Lai reducing his army by 20,000 under Long Chen's suggestion spread throughout the imperial capital and became a legend. In the imperial palace, Qin Feng sat upright on the throne in the central hall. Beneath him were the two attendants from the 5 great sects. Qin Feng, your throne has been secured and no one can threaten you. The battle of the Great Qian Empire has helped you, one of them said. Hearing this person call him by his name, Qin Feng frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. The two of them followed his master's orders and came from the 5 great sects to help him. Naturally, they didn't care about the imperial prince. Qin Feng nodded and then said, "Have you heard about the news that has been spreading in the capital these past 2 days? That Long Chen is actually still helping my third brother Qin Lai. It's just that he deducted another 20,000 armors from the original 50,000. Why do you care about him? Even if he has heaven-defying abilities, can he protect himself from an army of 300,000 with 30,000 soldiers?" The other person sneered. Qin Feng shook his head. Thinking of the battle in the 100-Mile Valley, he still felt uneasy. He said in a deep voice, "Didn't you two say that there was a way to kill Long Chen that was foolproof? What is it?" Thinking of how Long Chen killed Huang Pu Lei with one strike of his sword, Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Today, Long Chen had become a thorn in his flesh. Although the two of them didn't have any direct enmity, since Long Chen killed Li Yuanwu and Xie Changfeng, the first prince and Xie Jiushan had almost killed him several times. He didn't know when he and Long Chen had reached a point where they would fight to the death. The two of them looked at each other and sneered. "The two of us used to be disciples of the Wanjian sect's law enforcement hall. We were expelled from the Wanjian sect because we cultivated an evil technique. If we use this technique, no matter how high his cultivation level is in Long Chen, as long as he hasn't reached the void return level, he'll die. Based on our observations, Long Chen's extraordinary combat strength is most likely due to his extraordinary attainments in swordsmanship and rare natural talent. However, he has just stepped into the divine transformation realm after all. At that time, so long as he activates the forbidden technique, no matter how extraordinary his sword Dao is, he will only have a path to death." Hearing this, Qin Feng's expression changed greatly. He quickly asked, "Since it's such a divine technique, why didn't the two of you use it earlier? As long as Long Chen is killed, I will definitely thank the two of you. I will also put in a good word for Master." Hearing this, the two smiled and replied, "There is a reason why this technique is called an evil technique. There are many conditions to use it, but now that the two countries are at war, this matter shouldn't attract the attention of the 5 great sections. This technique requires the heads of 50 men, 50 infants, and 50 young girls. If the first prince can accept these things, it's fine if Long Chen dies in the war with the Qin Empire. If the two of us aren't here, he will suffer a fate worse than death." The two of them thought that these words would deter the first prince, Qin Feng. After all, this evil technique was really harmful to the harmony of the world. However, as soon as they finished speaking, the first prince immediately agreed and said lightly, "It's only 150 lives. Is this called an evil technique? I will go and make arrangements for Long Chen's journey. Regardless of whether he lives or dies in this battle, we must prepare everything first. I want nothing to go wrong." On the other hand, Yinli was sweating all over. She couldn't help but lean on Long Chen's body and mutter, "You set up such a large illusory formation. Can you control it? I'm so tired." "Teacher Yinli, don't look down on me. You have to know that great teachers produce great disciples." Long Chen teased with a smile. Yanli raised her beautiful eyebrows and rolled her eyes at Long Chun. She then said, "Thank you for that day. After you left, Oyezi was detained by the Pill Tower. Moreover, he has already admitted that he was the one who killed the people of my clan." Long Chun smiled and didn't make a big deal out of it. He walked forward and moved his right hand. Rays of spiritual light flew up from the place where the 10,000 people were. They rushed into the sky and finally gathered at the place where the sun was. Immediately after, the 30,000 soldiers in the formation became lifeless and fell to the ground one by one. "Do you want to ask me if I should kill Oyezi?" Long Chun turned around and asked Yanli, "Why don't you try it yourself?" Yanli bit her lower lip. She was very conflicted at this moment. She loathed and hated Oyezi, but when she really wanted to kill him, she couldn't do it. For more than 10 years, this person raised her alone. Long Chun was like a wise man. He saw the conflict in her heart with a glance. Yanli looked deeply at Long Chun and walked into the formation with the mentality of giving it a try. After Yanli entered the formation, she instantly felt a continuous rumbling in her mind. Her thoughts began to disintegrate, and she revealed a puzzled expression. After a moment, her expression gradually returned to normal. She muttered to herself, "I promised Long Chun that I would go outside the imperial capital to help him set up a formation. Now it looks like I'm going to be late. He was originally my student, but now he's more like my teacher." As she spoke, she walked out of the Pill Tower. However, she was quickly stopped by Lu Tsonglan. "Oyezi has already admitted it. Back then, he was the one who planned to take you away and raise you to satisfy his perverted selfish desires. He killed your entire clan." Yin Li's originally calm heart was suddenly filled with a monstrous roar. She rushed straight to the place where Oyezi was imprisoned. Her eyes were completely bloodshot from the fury she was feeling. Whoosh! A cold light flashed. Oyezi was stabbed to death by the sword. The moment Oyezi died, everything returned to the moment when she was about to leave the Pill Tower. Lu Tsonglan appeared again. She was once again enraged and killed Oyezi. This time, she waved her sword more than 100 times. Then, it was another reincarnation. At the same time, the 30,000 soldiers in the formation were experiencing the most terrifying thing in their lives. They walked through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The hatred in the deepest part of their hearts was magnified again and again. Their anger was accompanied by their slashes. Outside the formation, Long Chun's face was slightly pale. His forehead was faintly dripping with sweat. Countless scenes flashed past his eyes. "It's really difficult for me to control 30,000 people in this refining dreamland by myself. If I had known earlier, I would have lost 10,000 more people. I only hope that you won't disappoint me in 3 days." Long Chun muttered to himself. The refining dreamland was actually not a high level. It was not even a king-level formation. This formation was not in the legacy, but was used by him in his previous life to train the soldiers of the Firmament God Country. The most amazing thing about this formation was that it could use a strong divine thought to completely control the emotions of everyone in the formation. It could even create any scene based on their thoughts. Chapter 165. Setting out 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The third prince, Qin Lai, had been observing Long Chun for the past few days, but he couldn't understand his actions. Today was the day the army set out. His 30,000 soldiers were still in a daze inside the formation. They hadn't even eaten anything in the past 3 days. Could 3 days really give them a chance to fight against 300,000 soldiers? Qin Lai shook his head and smiled bitterly. At this moment, outside the tent, Qin Feng walked in with a few nobles and officials with a smile on his face. "Third brother, today is the day of your departure. I've specially come to send you off," Qin Feng said with a mocking smile on his face. Qin Lai's face was very ugly. Looking at Qin Feng's crown prince clothes, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He knew that even if he came back alive today, once Qin Feng became the emperor of the Black Dragon Empire, only death would await him. In fact, since the first prince was crowned as crown prince, Many of Qin Lai's subordinates had changed their allegiance. It could be said that Qin Feng was like the sun at noon in the Black Dragon Empire. Without waiting for Qin Lai to speak, the group of people behind Qin Feng began to laugh. Third Prince, you really are a talented person. Fighting an army of 300,000 and still losing 20,000 troops. Fighting an army of 30,000 against the Big Dry Empire's army of 300,000. You really are a hero. Huh. The third prince is also very generous. This huge formation is probably a heaven-defying method. Maybe you'll be the first to succeed and return victorious. Several people had a mocking smile on their faces. Looking at the formation in front of everyone, although they were surprised, they didn't care at all. Qin Lai's face turned green, but he couldn't refute. He just snorted and said, "You don't need to worry. When the time is up, I'll lead the army out." Buzz, at this moment, the large formation in front of everyone rumbled from top to bottom. The spirit light gradually dissipated and faded away. The entire military encampment was restored to its former state. The 30,000 soldiers fell to the ground with a loud bang. Each of them gasped for breath. Their eyes were scarlet red, and their bodies couldn't stop trembling. Unexpectedly, no one was able to stand on the spot. It was as if everyone was completely drained of energy. Long Chun, who was in front of the array, slowly opened his eyes. The past 3 days had been very tiring for him. It was very difficult to control and train 30,000 people in the illusion at the same time. Although it had only been 3 days in the real world, they had spent an entire year in the array, and in this 1 year, every day, they fell into the fear and slaughter set by Long Chun. Plop, plop. One soldier after another fell to the ground, causing everyone to be stunned. Third brother, so these are the soldiers you've trained. They've really opened my eyes. Qin Feng looked deeply at Long Chun and then said to Qin Lai. Qin Lai's face turned green and then white. He didn't know what was going on. He only said in a low voice, "If there is nothing else, Crown Prince, please leave quickly. We are already planning to mobilize the army and set out." Qin Feng sneered and said, "Originally, I was a little worried about third brother going to war. Now, it seems that with the help of the Heaven Rankings number 3, nothing will go wrong. Then, I won't disturb third brother." The people behind him looked at the limp soldiers on the ground and couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the current situation, these people couldn't even stand up and walk, let alone go to war. After everyone left, Qin Lai couldn't help but ask Long Chun, What is going on? We are going to war today." Long Chun revealed a faint smile and explained, "Their minds are just damaged. They will recover in, at most, 4 hours. At that time, they will eat something and be ready to go to war." The 30,000-strong army left the imperial city in a mighty manner. Everyone had a rush talisman stuck to their feet. Seeing Qin Lai and Long Chun lead the 30,000-strong army to war, the first prince on the city wall revealed a cold smile. He said to the two people beside him, "I think there is no need to use the forbidden technique that we have prepared. These people were originally the new recruits that I had arranged. Today, when I went to take a look, they couldn't even stand. How can they fight against an army of 300,000? They will definitely be annihilated in this battle." The two sect disciples couldn't help but nod. Using 30,000 soldiers to fight against 300,000 was really too much of a fantasy. Although they will definitely be defeated, I'm afraid that they won't be completely annihilated. That Long Chin's battle strength is extraordinary. There may be a way out, one of them said casually. The first prince suddenly laughed and said coldly, "If I say there's no way out, then there's no way out. 30,000 people, not a single one will return." The two of them looked at each other and immediately understood. It seemed that the first prince already had a plan in mind. Qin Lai was probably already part of his plan, and the first prince wanted them to be completely annihilated. Outside the borders of the Black Dragon Empire, the army of 300,000 was majestic. Everywhere they passed, birds and beasts flew away. Just as Long Chun and the others were about to set off, they had already received a report. This time, there were a total of 300 late divine transformation realm experts participating in the army of 300,000. Among them, The leader was the emperor of the Great Qian Empire, Huang Puluo. Huang Puluo looked at the report in his hand, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face. He said coldly, "This time, the Black Dragon Empire had a vanguard of 50,000. Just as they were about to set off, there was a sharp decrease of 20,000. The leader of the vanguard was the third prince of the Black Dragon Empire, Qin Lai, and the third on the heaven leaderboard, Long Chun." An old man stepped forward and said, "Emperor, that Long Chun was the one who killed the Black Widow. That day, the prince beside the emperor went to the Black Dragon Empire because of him. There are even rumors that the prince beside the emperor died in his hands." Huang Puluo's entire body emitted an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. A murderous aura pervaded the air, and he sneered. "Although this person's combat strength isn't low, wanting to kill the prince beside the emperor, who was at the peak of the late divine transformation realm, is truly a fool's dream." Moreover, there were 100 late divine transformation realm experts accompanying him at that time. However, since they have come, I will bury all of them here to accompany my brother in death. As Huang Puluo spoke, his right hand moved, and a jade slip was thrown out. Many generals passed it around, and soon after, astonishment appeared on their faces. One of them directly asked, "With this thing, this army of 30,000 can be completely annihilated. My army of 300,000 was originally a crushing force, and now there are actually people secretly helping us. As long as these 30,000 people step into the fluttering Jade Mountain range, it will only take 6 hours to completely annihilate them." Huang Puluo sneered and said, "They're all clear in their hearts that no matter how great the momentum of my arrival is, it is impossible for me to destroy the Black Dragon Empire. After all, the 5 great sects are interfering. This isn't any help. I'm afraid that this is the many princes of the Black Dragon Empire eliminating dissidents. However, even if I can't destroy the Black Dragon Empire, I will still turn the 10 cities of the Black Dragon Empire into a land of death." Chapter 166. One against 10 traversing the mountains. The emergency talisman was suitable for long-distance raids. It could increase the speed to the level of flying demonic beasts, but the burden on the body was huge. Under normal circumstances, they would need to rest for at least a day. But at this moment, Qin Lai discovered something that shocked him. The 30,000 soldiers in front of him seemed to have been on the battlefield for a long time. Not a single one of them made a sound as they marched. It was as if every one of them was made of iron. Other than eating for a short period of time, they would not even open their mouths. If this happened in other armies, it might not be discovered. But Qin Lai knew that these people were incomparably lazy a few days ago. They were all new recruits. Could this be the effect of Long Chen's formation? If this was the case, it was still a drop in the bucket when facing an army of 300,000. Up ahead is the lustrous Jade Mountain Range. As long as we pass through this mountain range, we will reach the border of the Black Dragon Empire, which is also the place where we ambushed the 300,000 soldiers of the Great Gone Empire. Qin Lai said to Long Chun, 30,000 against 300,000. Qin Lai only hoped that the ambush would give him a slight chance of victory or create as much chaos as possible. Long Chun nodded and said with a smile, "It seems that we are really being treated as cannon fodder. As the vanguard, there is no follow-up support at all. Moreover, among the 30,000 soldiers, there are only the 2 of us." Qin Lai also let out a couple of bitter laughs. This was the truth. After the 2 mocked themselves, they continued to lead the army forward. Just as they stepped into the lustrous Jade Mountain Range, the entire army suddenly stopped. "Why do we stop?" Long Chun asked. At the front of the army, 100 people approached Long Chun. The centurion in the lead replied, "There are no traces of birds or beasts in this mountain range. We can't sense anything even after 1,000 meters. I'm afraid there is something wrong." This person's words made Long Chun frown. These 100 people in front of him experienced hunting in the mountains every day in the illusory realm. In the illusory realm, They died at the hands of demonic beasts no less than 10,000 times in a year. Their deduction would most likely not be wrong. If it was true, then the route of this trip would be exposed. Considering the relationship between Qin Feng and them, Long Chun was not surprised. It was only now that Qin Lai discovered another problem, and that was that these 30,000 people only had eyes for Long Chun. It was as if Long Chun was their commander. Since there's something strange about this place, let's start our battle here. Long Chen's following words caused Qin Lai to be startled. Now that they had been discovered, if they were to engage in a head-on battle, it was very likely that they would be surrounded. At that time, they would truly be consigned to eternal damnation. Moreover, the enemy would be able to annihilate them as easily as blowing off dust. Yes. However, the situation had completely exceeded Qin Lai's expectations. Not a single one of the 30,000 soldiers showed any signs of fear, and dozens of Kiliarchs had even agreed to his request. It was as if what they were facing was not a battle to the death with 300,000 soldiers, but a battle where victory was certain. For a moment, Qin Lai had mixed feelings. Were these really the 30,000 people from a few days ago? Just what had they experienced in the array in these 3 days? Qin Lai walked forward and reminded Long Chun in a deep voice. The people of the Big Dry Empire are intrepid, and these 300,000 soldiers are even more ferocious. Isn't it inappropriate to launch a head-on attack like this? Long Chen's lips revealed a faint smile. At the same time, the dozens of Kiliarchs around him also began to smile. This smile made one's heart turn cold. Scatter! Long Chun raised his right hand, and then with a cold shout, he scattered his fist. Xiao xiao. Following this action, the 30,000 people behind him began to scatter like a wave. One figure after another quickly entered the mountain range. Qin Lai stood there in a daze. He looked at Long Chun like he was looking at a monster. In just 100 breaths, the 30,000 people had all disappeared into the mountain range. This kind of resolute military training, this kind of strong execution ability and tacit understanding, was it really something that could be achieved in 3 days? How did Long Chun do it? But even if it was like this, could they fight against the 300,000 army? For a moment, Qin Lai felt that he couldn't keep up with Long Chen's thoughts. It was as if something that was impossible in his eyes was something that Long Chun was confident in. Next, you and I will find a place to watch this battle, Long Chun said to Qin Lai. Qin Lai nodded in a daze. He couldn't help feeling a bit of anticipation. 30,000 people were scattered throughout the flowered Jade Mountain Range, waiting for the 300,000 army. Qin Lai walked behind Long Chun. The two of them concealed themselves and arrived at a mountain peak near the center of the flowered Jade Mountain Range. At this moment, Qin Lai had already discovered that there was something wrong with the mountain range. The two of them had gone deep into the mountain range, but they hadn't encountered a single demon beast. They had even found blood stains in many places. When the two of them stood on the mountain peak, Qin Lai couldn't help but ask, what's the use of them strolling in the flowered Jade Mountain Range? Isn't this a suicidal method in front of the 300,000 army? What are you planning to do? Long Chun looked down at the entire flowered Jade Mountain Range from above and asked, 30,000 against 300,000, how can they win? Qin Lai shook his head and signaled Long Chun to continue. He had thought of countless military strategies in his mind, but he couldn't come up with a perfect plan. As long as one person kills 10 people, the 30,000 people will win. Long Chen's casual words caused Qin Lai's expression to change. He cried out involuntarily, they're all new recruits. How can they fight against 10 soldiers of the great Qian Empire by themselves? They might not be able to do it a few days ago, but today, they might not be able to do it. Long Chen replied. On the other side of the flowered Jade Mountain Range, Huang Puliuo was standing on a green-scaled earth dragon demon beast that was over 30 meters tall. He was wearing a golden armor with engravings on it. Behind him was a mighty army of 150,000 soldiers. Monarch, according to the report of our scouts, the third prince of the Black Dragon Empire, Qin Lai, has led 50,000 soldiers into the flowered Jade Mountain Range. Good. Huang Puliuo sneered and said, The 150,000 soldiers in the Flower Jade Mountain Range will split into 3 groups and surround the entire Flower Jade Mountain Range. I want none of these 50,000 soldiers to be left alive. Following the order, a glaring light signal soared into the sky. The originally quiet, flowered Jade Mountain Range suddenly became turbulent. The 200,000 soldiers hidden in the flowered Jade Mountain Range instantly moved. At the same time, Huang Puliuo led 100,000 soldiers into the flowered Jade Mountain Range, while the remaining 50,000 soldiers defended one side. In an instant, the entire flowered Jade Mountain Range quickly became a dangerous place that was sealed off from all sides. A massacre that no one had any suspense had already begun. On a mountain peak, Long Chen's divine sense spread out in all directions. At the same time, a golden light soared into the sky from his fingertip. Chapter 167. Special Troops. The giant symbol pierced the sky. It was a golden spear. This scene shocked the Big Dry Empire's army, causing them to be filled with doubt. Soon after, the 300,000 army revealed looks of ridicule. This Black Dragon Empire bastard actually wants to fight back? 50,000 against 300,000. It's better to just surrender. The shape of this spear should be some kind of battle formation or battle technique. Under the 5 great sects, who can compete with our Big Dry Empire in terms of battle formations. 10 years ago, the Black Dragon Empire's 500,000 army was defeated by our 300,000 army in a battle formation in the northwest. Since then, our Big Dry Empire has become famous, and every country has retreated. Following countless passionate shouts, there seemed to be a flood of people charging towards the center of the flowered Jade Mountain Range from all directions. The Big Dry Empire's 300,000 army was like an ancient giant beast roaring in all directions, their battle cries never ending. The majestic marching sound caused Qin Lai's face to turn pale involuntarily. When he looked at Long Chun, he realized that the latter was still as calm as ever. Was this really a youth that wasn't even 20 years old? At the same time, the moment the golden light fell, the entire flowered Jade Mountain Range seemed to shake. Looking down from the mountain where Qin Lai was, there were 30 spear phantoms soaring into the sky. Fight! 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 Following the Big Dry Empire's army, battle cries filled the sky. Although they weren't as strong as the former, there was a bit of madness in them. With the appearance of the spear formation, the various Big Dry Empire armies immediately sensed the location of the formation and charged at it. Hong Long Long. The 30 spear phantoms were like arrows leaving the bow, whistling through the air. Looking from top to bottom, wherever the spear phantoms passed, the 100-meter-tall mountain peaks would collapse and the giant trees would fall down like wheat being cut. Very quickly, the battle of the spears suddenly stopped, followed by the sounds of killing that filled the sky. 30,000 people turned into 30 spears and charged outwards like trapped beasts, attacking the Big Dry Empire's encirclement from all directions. Beside Long Chun, Qin Lai's eyes were filled with shock. His face had long since turned as white as wax. The air was gradually filled with the smell of blood, and the entire flowered Jade Mountain Range seemed as if countless ancient colossal beasts were fighting. Expanse after expanse of trees collapsed, dirt flew into the air, and the sky changed color. The smell of blood gradually thickened, and even the air on the peak became slightly moist. No one knew how much time had passed. The long spear battle formation had already appeared outside the encirclement. However, this battle formation had already lost 7 of its members. In the first charge of the 30 spear battle formations, 7,000 people died. Long Chun stood on the tallest mountain peak. His brows didn't even twitch. The smile on his face was as cold as the mountain wind. He looked like a general who was used to seeing life and death and had experienced hundreds of battles. These people were soldiers. They should not be afraid of death on the battlefield. To his side, Qin Lai didn't ask anything else. His face was pale from beginning to end. Although he stood on the mountain peak, he could still feel the intensity of the battle. He counted every beat of his heart and found that a total of 1,320 breaths had passed since the charge began. That meant that in every breath, there were close to 5 to 6 people dying. 7,000 people died in the first charge, but with only 7,000 people, they charged out of the encirclement of 300,000 people. This was simply inconceivable. Even if it was like this, could this battle really be like Long Chan said, 1 against 10, and win? Fight! 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 A series of uniform battle cries sounded once again. Qin Lai's body suddenly trembled. He could clearly hear that the source of this sound was the remaining spear battle formation. These battle cries were like the flames of war, igniting the battle intent of the remaining 23,000 people. The remaining 23 spear battle formations glowed even brighter. It was like a giant beast turning its head, ready to charge at any moment, flowered Jade Mountain Range. After the spear battle formation charged from the inside and outside, the position of the Big Dry Empire's 300,000 army had changed, occupying the center of the flowered Jade Mountain Range. At this moment, Huang Puluo's face was very ugly, as green as a ghost's face. This was because the battle formations were constantly reporting to him. Their voices were filled with fear. They had lost 50,000 people in this battle. Emperor, are these people really the Black Dragon Empire's army? They are simply crazy. They are demons. There were only 1,000 of them, but they tore a hole in my army of 20,000. Every single one of them seemed to have no regard for their lives. I saw with my own eyes that a small soldier actually bit 3 people to death. These people are too terrifying. Our 50,000 people directly surrounded a group of people with the Iron Lock battle formation. We could have slaughtered them all, but the 1,000 soldiers all self-destructed at the first moment. I didn't even see fear in their eyes. What kind of emotion was that? Yes, it was relief. A major general said this while holding his head and trembling. Seeing this scene, the faces of the great generals around them turned extremely ugly. They shook their heads and didn't say anything. This major general had originally led the 50,000 men at the very back with the intention of stopping the enemy. His use of the Iron Chain War had reached perfection. However, at this very moment, the 50,000 men he had led had been reduced to just over 23,000 men. His square formation was also the one with the most terrifying losses in this first round of attack. Even the people who survived were all crippled. As for the people who died, not a single corpse was left. All of them turned into flesh and blood. Huang Pu lay snorted coldly, the spear in his hand piercing through the collapsed major general, and then said in a cold voice, "These 30,000 soldiers are all death warriors. Each of them has a secret technique to self-detonate, and the battle formations they use are incomparably powerful." Huang Puluo's eyes flashed with the group of people he encountered just now. They were clearly spirit martial realm and even mortal martial realm, but under the support of the battle formation, their attack power was comparable to the mid-divine transformation realm. If he didn't break the formation at the first moment and collapse it with a spear, it was likely that more than 50,000 people would have died by now. Battle roars came from the horizon. The Qian Empire's army was actually shrinking and retreating. Huang Puluo no longer looked down on these 30,000 people. He was even more impressed with the third Prince Qin Lai. To be able to train such an army, he could be called a genius. People in the late divine transformation realm, come out with me, Huang Puluo coldly shouted. Immediately, the people in the divine transformation realm among the 250,000 soldiers stepped out and walked in front of Huang Puluo. All square formations set up a defensive battle formation. Those in the divine transformation realm, come with me to launch surprise attacks everywhere. As soon as Huang Puluo's words fell, everyone's eyes lit up. Although these soldiers' battle formations were extremely strong and they were not afraid of death, the number of people against the few became the fatal weakness of the Qian Empire's army. However, if the divine transformation realm warriors fought and retreated, they would win without fighting. Chapter 168. Shock and Orumble. A beam of spear light covered the sky, and the spiritual light directly destroyed a battle formation. The 1,000 people did not even have time to use their secret techniques to self-destruct. On the mountain peak, Long Chun and Qin Lai frowned when they saw this scene. No one had expected Huang Bulyuo to lead all the experts in the divine transformation realm to break down the enemy's defenses. A battle where there was originally a great disparity in numbers had unknowingly turned into a battle between the divine transformation realm and 20,000 people. They actually wanted to destroy the battle formation with absolute strength. Seeing that the various battle formations were in imminent danger, the divine transformation stage experts retreated after a single battle. Relying on their powerful cultivation, they didn't give the Black Dragon Empire's soldiers any chance to escape. Some people even began to self-destruct, but they couldn't hurt him at all. At this moment, a golden light shot out from Chang Chen's hand. This time, it was not a spear symbol, but a lightning bolt. At the same time, the remaining 20 or so spears scattered and regrouped after a few breaths whoosh. In the next moment, more than 20 bolts of lightning swept out, instantly killing 3 experts in the divine transformation realm. Huang Bulyuo and the others suddenly froze and backed away in shock. They never thought that this group of people would be able to gather an attack that could kill someone in the divine transformation realm. Just what kind of army was this? Was it really something that the Black Dragon Empire could train? If every army of the Black Dragon Empire had this kind of fighting strength, then they would be able to dominate the 5 great sects. After a round of lightning strikes, the entire flowered Jade Mountain range fell into a state of tranquility once again. What they didn't know was that this round of attacks had cost the lives of nearly 100 people. This was a war of life for life. After a long while, the corners of Long Chen's mouth suddenly revealed a wisp of a cold smile, and his eyes swept down the mountain range like lightning. Originally, he only wanted to create an invincible army for Qin Lai. The soldiers that survived today would definitely be able to help Qin Lai build a powerful empire in the future. Moreover, after today, 3rd Prince Qin Lai's name would resound throughout the nations. When he became the ruler, even the 5 great sects wouldn't be able to say anything. Thus, Long Chen originally didn't want to interfere. However, it seemed that he had no choice but to do so. This was because Huang Bulyuo and many other experts in the advanced stage of the divine transformation realm were already rushing towards where he was. Ever since Long Chen issued his second command, Huang Bulyuo knew that the reason why these tens of thousands of Black Dragon Empire soldiers were so valiant was largely due to the command on this mountain peak. Huang Bulyuo's face was filled with murderous intent as he led the cultivators in the advanced stage of the divine transformation realm to the mountain peak. 3rd Prince Qin Lai, I never imagined that the Black Dragon Empire would actually produce such a character. The entire lustrous Jade Mountain range can be seen from this mountain peak. However, it's a dangerous place. How are you going to escape now? Huang Bulyuo's gaze immediately landed on Qin Lai, who was clad in battle armor. Qin Lai looked around at the soul transformation realm experts and Huang Bulyuo, who possessed monstrous combat strength. His heart sank to rock bottom. You're the king of the great Qian Empire? Your strength is much higher than Huang Bulyuo's. Without waiting for Qin Lai to speak, Long Chun stared at Huang Bulyuo and said indifferently. Huang Bulyuo's brows furrowed. Only then did he take a deep look at Long Chun. Soon after, he remembered that Qin Lai wasn't the only one who came today. There was also the youth who stepped on the great Qian Empire's face and became 3rd on the heaven leaderboard. You're Long Chen? If it weren't for you, Huang Bulyuo wouldn't have gone to the Black Dragon Empire's capital and wouldn't have died. Today, I'll take your life first. Huang Bulyuo shouted sternly. Long Chen shook his head and said, even if Huang Bulyuo didn't come to the Black Dragon Empire's capital, I would still kill him. The Heaven Leaderboard Challenge doesn't care about life and death. However, he sent a dozen people to kill me. From that moment on, he was already destined to die. Long Chun seemed to be talking about a trivial matter, but the people around him were stunned. Could it be that Huang Puliai, the prince beside the emperor, was really killed by this immature youth? Everyone knew that Huang Puliai had brought more than 100 late-stage soul transformation realm experts with him that day. Without using the power of the Black Dragon Empire, who could kill him in front of so many people? Huang Puliuo's eyes were extremely cold. He said in a cold voice, "Was it really you who killed Huang Puliai?" Long Chen's calmness made Huang Puliuo feel a trace of unease. This youth was facing death without a trace of fear. He was clearly only a major general, but in front of Qin Lai, he didn't seem to have the slightest intention of being a subordinate. In fact, Qin Lai was even standing behind him. So what if I did? Long Chen's answer made every soul transformation realm expert present furious. They only felt that Long Chen was extremely arrogant. One of the late-stage soul transformation realm experts couldn't help but shout, "Brat, you're about to die, yet you still dare to speak such arrogant words. Let me see what kind of ability you have." As this person spoke, he rushed toward Long Chen with a long sword in his hand. The sky was filled with sword shadows, each of which was hundreds of meters long. Gusts of wind blew as a cold light flashed. The people around them also sneered. Each of them had a cultivation level of the soul transformation realm. Under such a lineup, who could escape unless they were in the Return to Void realm? In their eyes, Long Chen was already a dead man. However, what happened next made their expressions change dramatically. They saw Long Chen disappear from where he was with a long sword in his hand. The long sword in his hand flashed with a golden light that was as dazzling as the scorching sun. The power that erupted from the sword made everyone's heart palpitate. Under the golden light, Long Chen was like a god of war. With a strike of his sword, the sword shadows that filled the sky dissipated inch by inch like dust. At some point, a line of blood had appeared on the neck of the late-stage soul transformation realm expert. One sword strike killed a late-stage soul transformation realm expert. Long Chen withdrew his sword and stood there. The people around him, including Huang Puliuo, couldn't help but retreat 100 meters as they watched this scene in horror. Huang Puliuo couldn't help but ask, "You, what is your cultivation level?" Below the 5 major sects, the late-stage soul transformation realm was already considered the peak of combat strength. However, Long Chen was able to kill a late-stage soul transformation realm expert with one sword strike at such a young age. It was extremely terrifying. Long Chen didn't answer. The long sword in his hand was like a rainbow as it continuously slashed out countless sword shadows that instantly shot out in all directions. Everyone's expressions changed greatly as they used their strongest combat strength to resist. However, they soon discovered an extremely terrifying fact. That was, when their spiritual power met Long Chen's golden light sword, it was as if their spiritual power was completely suppressed and directly crushed. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the late-stage soul transformation realm experts were repelled. Their faces were extremely pale. Long Chen's figure had appeared beside Huang Puliuo at some point. He said in a deep voice, "You are the monarch of the great Qian Empire. I won't kill you." At this moment, Huang Puliuo couldn't stop trembling. He had a cultivation level of the late-stage soul transformation realm and a sea of energy phantom that was 2,000 feet long. However, he felt that he had no power to resist in front of Long Chen. In the face of such a threat, he couldn't even think of resisting. Chapter 169. Must Be Killed. Qin Lai stood behind Long Chen and looked at Huang Puliuo and the others. In the blink of an eye, he was incomparably respectful towards Long Chen, an early divine transformation realm cultivator with a cultivation level comparable to the Void Return realm. Only now did he know why Long Chen was so confident. It was because there was no way they would lose this battle. Huang Puliuo also realized this point. With Long Chen's cultivation level, he could take his life in the midst of an army of 10,000. There was no need to use 30,000 to fight against 300,000. I want to train my troops. You all wait here and let them use the third battle formation," Long Chun said to Huang Puliuo and the others. Everyone's faces twitched uncomfortably. Huang Puliuo said with a gloomy face, "Why are you doing this? Today, my great Qian Empire has lost. I'm willing to withdraw my troops. My great Qian Empire won't mention anything about the past." Huang Puliuo already knew in his heart that no matter how Huang Pulii died, he could only let it go today. However, Long Chun didn't seem to want it to end just like that. He pointed his sword to the sky, and a golden rune appeared again. The soldiers of the Black Dragon Empire gathered into a battle formation again. Seeing that the remaining 20,000 soldiers were about to charge towards the great Qian Empire's army again, both Huang Puliuo and Qin Lai's faces changed. Qin Lai stood up and asked, "Since this matter has already come to an end, why let them die in vain?" Long Chen looked around, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. His voice also seemed to turn cold, even colder than the mountain wind. "If we don't fight today, will we fight another day? Then will they be able to survive tomorrow? Only those who don't fear death and don't admit defeat are true soldiers. Fight, fight!" Loud battle cries resounded through the sky again. It was as if the remaining 20,000 soldiers of the Black Dragon Empire weren't facing death, nor were they facing 300,000 soldiers. Instead, it was a trial of life and death, a trial of the battlefield where one didn't fear death. At this moment, Huang Puliuo knew that he couldn't win this battle. Perhaps charging to the mountain peak was the best decision he had made today. Otherwise, what awaited him would be a complete defeat. It was impossible for his 300,000 soldiers to defeat 30,000 of the victors as the Black Dragon Empire's army charged out once again. The remaining tens of thousands of soldiers of the Big Dry Empire were scattered. After several charges, howls of grief could be heard everywhere. Only now did Huang Puliuo realize how laughable his original plan to destroy the 30,000 vanguard troops was. In the eyes of others, these 300,000 troops were nothing more than whetstones. After the third charge, Long Chun frowned slightly, because the result of this charge was not good. A large part of the reason was because the Big Dry Empire soldiers were completely terrified. Without Huang Puliuo and the others leading them, they did not resist at all and directly retreated from the Flower Jade Mountain range, suffering minimal casualties. When Huang Puliuo saw the terrified soldiers outside the Flower Jade Mountain range, he seemed to understand Long Chen's words. If these soldiers didn't die today, they would die even faster in the future, and even more would die. For example, if the Black Dragon Empire's soldiers continued to pursue, it would be a complete massacre. Long Chun did not continue to give orders to attack, and the entire Flower Jade Mountain range gradually calmed down. However, Huang Puliuo and the others in front of Long Chun felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. No one dared to leave. Long Chen's strength was still comparable to that of a Void Return cultivator. If he wanted to kill, he would be invincible. Scram back to the Big Dry Empire. If you want to continue to avenge Huang Pulii, I will be waiting for you at any time. Long Chen's sharp gaze made Huang Puliuo's heart tremble. Huang Puliuo and the others hurriedly jumped down from the mountain peak as if they had been granted amnesty. Their bodies were already drenched in cold sweat. Qin Lai stood behind Long Chun in a daze. He recalled Long Chen's words in the past. Even if the Big Dry Empire came to invade, he would be able to retreat with a single sword. It seemed that he was not lying. Moreover, he also knew the main objective of Long Chen's trip this time, and that was to build momentum, to seize the position of Emperor of the Blue Dragon Empire for him. After a long while, Qin Lai bowed to Long Chun and said in a serious voice, "Qin Lai will never forget Sir's kindness. Let's go back." Although the results of this battle did not reach my expectations, being able to repel 300,000 soldiers should be enough for you to sit firmly on the throne. Long Chun did not accept Qin Lai's bow because he was only repaying the kindness of his previous life. An army of 30,000 only lost 10,000 men to repel 300,000 soldiers from the Big Dry Empire. This news was sent back to the Black Dragon Empire on the second day. Black Dragon Empire, inside the Imperial Palace. Qin sat on the throne without saying a word. He did not expect Qin Lai to repel 300,000 soldiers from the Big Dry Empire with only 30,000 soldiers. For a moment, the entire imperial court was shocked. Only the eldest prince was not in the imperial court. When Qin Feng found out that Qin Lai defeated the 300,000 soldiers from the Big Dry Empire with the help of Long Chun, his face became unprecedentedly ugly. Who is this kid? How can he be so capable? 30,000 soldiers against 300,000 and still be able to win. If he returns to the imperial capital, my position as the king will be in danger. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Now I can only hope that those two sect disciples can use the so-called forbidden technique to stop Long Chun and kill him. As long as Long Chun dies, even if Qin Lai comes back alive, he will not be able to shake the fact that I am the ruler of the Black Dragon Empire. When that time comes, only death will await him. There was a small city in the lustrous Jade Mountain range that took 5 days to travel to the Black Dragon Empire. At the foot of the mountain outside the city, there was a small town built by hunters. At this moment, there were no signs of life in this small town. Severed limbs were everywhere. This eldest prince, Qin Feng, is no less ruthless than the two of us. He actually secretly transferred 30,000 soldiers to the small town behind us. He really overestimated that Long Chun. In the small town filled with the smell of blood, the two sect disciples were chatting with each other in boredom. As the two of them talked, they actually played with the heads of children in their hands. Ding Xiao and Lu Si were disciples of the Wanjian sect. The reason why they were chased out of the sect and hunted down by the Wanjian sect was because of this forbidden technique. In fact, it was an evil technique that used the flesh and blood of living people as the foundation. Relying on this evil technique, they had once killed an expert of the return to Void Realm. Because of this, they were accepted as disciples by the eldest prince's master. This Long Chun is really a strange person. He is not inferior to those geniuses of the 5 great sections. Unfortunately, he will not be able to get past the two of us, Lu Si said sternly. Unfortunately, he should not have offended Qin Feng's master. Ding Xiao nodded. In this battle, they had slaughtered the entire small town. The power of the forbidden technique was definitely enough to kill an expert of the return to Void Realm. Moreover, Qin Feng still had 30,000 soldiers stationed in the small town behind him. Chapter 170. The first appearance of the bloodline Qin Lai and Long Chun led the remaining soldiers of the Black Dragon Empire back to the capital. On the way, Long Chun told Qin Lai many things, and even gave him many battle formations to use with the remaining 20,000 soldiers. This made Qin Lai feel very grateful. These 20,000 soldiers were enough to give him a unique advantage in the capital. On the other hand, he also saw that Long Chun's ambition was far beyond the Black Dragon Empire, and even beyond the 5 great sects. Brother Long Chun, your actions during this period of time were too shocking. I'm afraid there will be many obstacles on the road to immortality. When the time comes, you'd better find some other strong people to team up with you. Otherwise, even if your cultivation is high, it will be very difficult, Qin Lai reminded. Hearing this, Long Chun's mouth suddenly revealed an unprecedented happy smile. In his mind, a familiar figure from his previous life appeared again. The ruler of the night, Sangxiong, Long Chun's only brother in his previous life who was like family. As the two were talking, the scout in front of them hurried over. Long Chun immediately frowned and asked, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? We found a small town in front of us. The whole town has become a land of death. This town is the place we must pass to return to the capital. If we want to take a detour, I'm afraid it will take half a month." The scout replied. Long Chun nodded and quickly rushed to the front with Qin Lai following closely behind. After 100 breaths of time, the two of them saw the so-called land of death. This scene made Long Chun and Qin Lai's faces turn gloomy. When they came to this town, they had passed by it before. There were only 1,000 families, smoke rising in spirals. The men hunted and the women weaved. However, at this moment, the town was filled with blood. Especially in front of the town, there were bloody skulls in front of the town in a strange way. Kiki were finally here. When Long Chun and Chin Lai approached, the blood in the whole town rushed to the sky. The fog suddenly dispersed and swallowed the two of them in an instant. Long Chun's expression changed drastically. The moment Chin Lai was enveloped by the blood-red mist, his entire body was enveloped in a bloody mist. His face revealed a pained expression. Long Chun was the first to react. The long sword in his hand emitted a blinding golden light, expelling the blood mist around Chin Lai. Therefore, even though this person was ashamed of the 5 great sects, he turned a blind eye to it. In fact, Qin Yunzi had originally accepted Qin Feng as his disciple and pushed him to the position of monarch. This was to cultivate his wings. Li Yuanwu was originally a chess piece that he thought highly of. He had originally planned to cultivate him without restraint after the immortal path. However, he was killed by Long Chun. If it wasn't for Qin Yunzi protecting the two of us, I'm afraid we would have been killed by the 5 great sects long ago. You should never have made an enemy out of him. In fact, with your talent, as long as you're willing to rely on Senior Qin Yunzi, he can definitely help you on the immortal path and directly enter the 5 great sections. No matter which sect it is, there will be experts protecting you. You only need to acknowledge him as your adoptive father. Long Chun couldn't help but laugh when he heard the two of them. Then, he said coldly, "All right, since you know everything, the two of you can go and die." Hearing this, the two of them were instantly enraged. They grabbed the air with their right hands, and streaks of scarlet spears appeared like raindrops and fell towards Long Chun. At the same time, the two of them attacked Long Chun from the left and right. Their attacks were like sponges that endlessly absorbed the blood in all directions. Every attack had the power of a void return cultivator. Bang! 9 rotation, sword intent. Long Chun's long sword danced, and streaks of golden light scattered around his body. The attacks of the 3 of them instantly merged together. Crackle! The sound of water and fire colliding could be heard. The attacks of the 2 of them dissipated inch by inch, but Long Chun still didn't move a single step. What's going on?" Ding Xiu cried out when he saw this strange scene. Lucy's face was also gloomy. Their attacks were already comparable to a void return cultivator under the enhancement of this forbidden technique. Under this attack, Long Chun actually took it head-on. At the same time, the 2 of them also discovered the strangeness of Long Chun's attack. The golden spirit energy seemed to be the purest of yang energy and was simply the nemesis of their filthy blood. "I see. It seems like dealing with the 2 of you can save me a lot of effort," Long Chun said lightly. The 2 of them had the combat strength of a void return cultivator under the enhancement of this forbidden technique. For Long Chun, the pressure was actually not small. However, the suppression of the power of the forbidden technique by the dragon essence in his body was far greater than that of ordinary spirit energy. This made Long Chun slightly surprised. After a brief moment of surprise, the 2 of them took it seriously. They originally thought that with the combat strength of a void return cultivator, they could easily crush Long Chun. However, the suppression of Long Chun's strange spirit energy made them realize that it was unrealistic to think that today's battle would end easily. "Don't be happy too early." The 2 of them roared and attacked again from the left and the back. This time, the 2 of them used martial arts together. 2 long sabers attacked from the left and the right. What was more terrifying was that the 2 of them actually intended to attack together. On the left, Ding Xiu's saber shadow was like a tide. The 100-meter-long saber light pierced through the sky and the earth, wave after wave. On the other hand, Lucy's saber technique was as fast as the wind. When Chin Lai saw this scene, he felt a chill all over his body. The powerful attacks made him unable to even think of defending himself. He could only hide behind Long Chun and stare blankly at the 3 of them fighting. Facing the combined attacks of the two of them, Long Chun took a few steps back. Immediately after, his feet shook violently, and the long sword in his hand suddenly rose to the sky. Thunder Art, Evil Slayer. Following Long Chen's roar, the golden light on his long sword actually faintly seemed to have the power to soar into the sky. The sky suddenly changed color, and a thundercloud instantly appeared. Boom! 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 Thunder tore through the air and pierced through the boundless blood energy. It produced a pungent, burnt smell and crashed down on Ding Xiao and Lu Si. Bang! In an instant, the houses in the small town collapsed. Two pits, more than 10 meters deep, appeared on the ground. Lightning arcs jumped in the pits, and black smoke continued to rise. Poochie! In the two pits, the sound of blood spurting out could be heard. Ding Xiao and Lu Si were wrapped in blood energy and slowly floated up. Hiss! Behind them, Qin Lai sucked in a breath of cold air. He saw that the two of them were full of sword marks, and there were even lightning arcs jumping on them. Ding Xiao's left arm was completely shattered. Emperor-level sword art. You actually have an Emperor-level sword art. Ding Xiao's face was ferocious. Not only was there no fear or pain in his scarlet eyes, they were instead filled with greed. On the other side, Lu Si also stared fixedly at Long Chun. His body suddenly shook, and his whole body was actually burning with monstrous flames. At the same time, Ding Xiao also laughed crazily. A shocking change occurred around him as stone spikes appeared out of thin air. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from the two of them. The surrounding blood energy also rolled back layer by layer and rushed towards their Dantian. Bloodline power, Fire Beast Bloodline. Bloodline power, Mountain Piercing, Thorn Bloodline. Long Chen's eyes flashed. No wonder the two of them were still so fearless. It turned out that they both had bloodline power. Chapter 171. Terrifying Power. Ding Xiao and Lu Si were worthy of being disciples of the top 5 sections. Both of them possessed high-grade bloodline powers. Under normal circumstances, they would be able to fight above their level. However, the two of them did not expect Long Chun to possess bloodline powers as well. Scales appeared on Long Chen's exposed skin, and his clothes looked as if they were being cut apart by sharp blades. The wrinkled and glowing golden scales covered his entire body. Only his eyes were exposed. He was like a god of war that no one could look directly at. If one looked closely, they would discover that there was a faint golden light in his eyes at this moment. It also revealed a sense of pride that made one's heart tremble. This scene made Ding Xiao and Lu Si stop in their tracks. Behind them, Qin Lai was also inexplicably shocked. After Long Chun entered the imperial capital, he did a lot of research. There was no one in the Iron Mountain Village's Long family who possessed bloodline powers. Demonic beast bloodline? After a short period of shock, Ding Xiao said sternly, "It seems to be some kind of snake-type demonic beast bloodline. Our bloodline has a natural restraint against your reptilian bloodline." As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Xiao and Lu Si attacked again. This time, whether it was the attack or the speed, it was far better than before, especially the flames and sharp stone spikes that came at him. They were enough to kill any divine transformation realm cultivator. However, in the next moment, a frightening scene appeared. Long Chen's eyes were full of disdain. It was as if he was looking at ants. At the same time, his hands actually grasped the long swords of the two people at the same time. Then he grabbed their elbows. The flames were like a tide, and the scorching heat caused Qin Lai to retreat 100 meters. Ding Xiao's stone spikes shot out and continuously bombarded Long Chen's body. However, there was a series of clanging sounds. Countless stone spikes were broken inch by inch. Under the flames, Long Chun did not seem to be affected at all. It was as if he was bathing in the sun. What kind of bloodline is this? Qin Lai saw this scene from afar and was completely stunned. When he saw the scaly tail behind Long Chun, he knew that Long Chen's bloodline was definitely not that of a snake-type demon beast. At least, his rank was not below Ding Xiu's. At this moment, the greed in Ding Xiu and Lu Si's eyes had already disappeared without a trace. They stared at Long Chen in shock. The tiny scales on Long Chen's hands flashed with a cold light. His sharp claws sank deep into the two men's flesh. What kind of bloodline is this? How can you have such a strong physique? Lu Si's voice trembled as he looked at Long Chen's body. He had the bloodline of the fire beast, and the temperature of his flames was extremely high. Among those at the same level, if they did not have the bloodline power, few could fight against him. Even many high-grade weapons melted directly. But at this moment, Long Chen actually ignored the power of his bloodline with his body of flesh and blood. That was a flame that could melt steel and break iron. As for Ding Xiu, he was in complete despair. His stone spike armor was as weak as mud in front of Long Chen, unable to withstand a single blow. Clang! Lu Si seemed to be unwilling to give up. He forcefully switched the saber in his hand to his left hand and slashed at Long Chen's ribs. However, Long Chen did not intend to dodge at all. His right hand's sharp claws suddenly turned into a phantom and directly pierced through Lu Si's head. When Ding Xiu saw this, he completely lost all will to fight. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. The spirit-grade weapon could not hurt him at all. It only caused sparks when the metal clashed. "Don't kill me," Ding Xiu shouted as he dispersed the power of his bloodline. Unfortunately, in the next moment, blood flowed out of his chest. Long Chen's right hand had already pierced through his chest. Long Chen's cold eyes scanned the surroundings. He looked at the heads one after another and said coldly, "If you don't die, how can the thousands of lives here rest in peace?" Plop! The moment Ding Xiu's body landed on the ground, the blood traces on his body disappeared instantly. Gusts of strong wind suddenly blew through the entire town. Blood, chi rolled backward, and the sound of sobbing could be heard incessantly. Countless ghosts rushed towards the corpses of the two people. The golden light on Long Chen's body flashed and disappeared. There was actually an invisible force from the corpses of the two people rushing towards him. Long Chen's eyes suddenly focused. This was the power of the two people's bloodline. Seeing that the two people's bodies were almost completely destroyed by the backlash of the forbidden technique, Long Chen slowly removed the scales on his body. The power of the two people's bloodline is too weak. If I want to upgrade from the golden dragon body to the three-eyed lightning dragon, I will need more bloodline power. Long Chen felt the power of the bloodline boiling in his body and thought to himself, "The golden dragon bloodline does not have any magical powers, but it allows me to have an extremely strong physique. If I can upgrade to the three-eyed lightning dragon, I wonder what kind of combat power I will have." Long Chen thought about the ancestral dragon shadow in the dragon palace, and his mind was agitated. He could not calm down for a long time. However, he knew that there was still a long way to go before he could transform into the ancestral dragon. The bloody mist dissipated, and the army outside slowly entered the small town. Facing the small town that was littered with heads, the 20,000 soldiers did not look friendly. However, there was not a trace of fear. Let's continue forward. Long Chen helped Qin Lai up and led the army forward through the small town. Qin Lai smiled bitterly. He also had a cultivation base of the soul formation stage. However, he was completely unable to participate in this battle. In fact, he even felt powerless. Long Chen seemed to have seen through Qin Lai's thoughts and said indifferently, "If you want to become stronger and pursue the boundless great Tao, I can help you break through the immortal ascension path and enter the 5 major sects. I can even help you reach the return to void stage or even the Tao integration stage in the future. However, with your aptitude, you may be stuck here for the rest of your life." Hearing this, Qin Lai couldn't help but tremble. The more time he spent with Long Chen, the more he felt that Long Chen was unfathomable. Countless people wanted to reach the return to void stage or even the Tao integration stage, but Long Chen seemed to be saying that they were not even worth mentioning. In the face of such a great temptation, Qin Lai almost subconsciously shook his head and refused. Everyone had their own ambitions. If he wanted to become stronger, even with his status as the third prince, he would not be able to reach his current cultivation base. Long Chen nodded slightly. After walking for a while, the army arrived at the foot of the city. However, the scene in front of them caused their expressions to darken once again. The 30,000 soldiers had captured one person after another. There were many women and even many children among them. Fortunately, you acted decisively just now. Otherwise, these people would have died tragically. Moreover, those two people would have retaliated before they died. Qin Lai said in a low voice. Long Chen's eyes were as cold as ice. In his heart, he had already sentenced the first prince to death. This person was vicious and merciless. He could not be allowed to live another day. Put down your weapons. Otherwise, I'll kill you all today. Long Chen stared at the 30,000 soldiers and said coldly. As his voice fell, the 20,000 soldiers behind him were ready to attack. Every one of them had a murderous look in their eyes. Chapter 172. Abdication. The 30,000 soldiers were originally following the first prince's orders and were prepared to slaughter the city to increase the power of the forbidden arts. But now that they saw Long Chen and Qin Lai, they were at a loss of what to do. Their arrival meant that Ding Qiu and Qin Lai were dead. They didn't even have time to increase the power of the forbidden arts. The 30,000 soldiers looked at each other. They were all disciples of the Black Dragon Empire, and naturally knew the consequences of slaughtering the city. For a moment, no one dared to act. On the city wall, a young man in his late 20s walked out and saw that Long Chen and Qin Lai were unharmed. But when he looked at the small town in the distance and saw that the blood mist had already dispersed, his heart sank. He was originally a guest of the first prince and came here to supervise the 30,000 soldiers. But now, it seemed that slaughtering the city was useless. Retreat. This person's face was ashen, and he immediately wanted to seal the city gate and retreat. But before he could retreat, he saw a sword beam shoot up into the sky and leave a deep trench on the city wall. Slash. This person didn't even have time to take out his weapon before his body was split in two and he died. Put down your weapons, or you will be killed without mercy. Long Chen's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Behind him and Qin Lai, the 20,000 soldiers were glaring at them. Clatter. The 30,000 people suddenly knelt down and threw their weapons on the ground, trembling. In the past few days, the story of Qin Lai defeating 300,000 soldiers of the Great Qian Empire with 30,000 soldiers had spread throughout the Black Dragon Empire. How could these 30,000 people have the courage to fight them? Seeing this scene, Qin Lai and Long Chen snorted and led the 20,000 soldiers into the city. After understanding the whole story, they didn't stay any longer and returned to the capital. Both of them knew that the first prince couldn't take the throne. Otherwise, the entire Blue Sky Empire would be plunged into misery and suffering. In the capital, Qin Feng, who was sitting on the golden chair, had the 2 jade tokens in his hands break. Clatter. The jade tokens shattered on the ground, and he slumped on the golden chair as if he had lost all his strength. The two of them are also dead. The first prince's entire body was drenched in cold sweat, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Originally, the Dingxiu duo was his last hope, but now even these two people were dead. The 30,000 soldiers defeated the Big Dry Empire's 300,000 army. Even 2 return to Void Stage mighty figures had been killed. The first Prince Qin Feng didn't know what to do for a moment. Not long after, a servant outside the door sent a message. Crown Prince, the monarch invites you to the main hall to discuss a matter. A bitter smile flashed across the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. He knew that Qin Lai hadn't returned yet, so his position as the crown prince was likely to be lost. Qin Feng, will not sit still and wait for death. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with unprecedented madness. When Qin Feng walked in, all the civil officials and ministers fell silent. At the front of the hall, Qin Xing's face was livid. Why is Feng wearing armor to attend court? Why are all the soldiers outside the imperial palace as well as your guest officials, so eager to make a move. Qin Shing's voice was as cold as ice. Qin Feng didn't reply. He had to ascend the throne before Qin Lai returned. The entire imperial palace was filled with a somber atmosphere. Qin Feng had already prepared himself for a life and death struggle. I, your son, will ascend the throne today. I will become the ruler of the Black Dragon Empire. Qin Feng looked coldly at Qin Shing, his words filled with madness. Qin Feng knew that as long as Qin Lai and Long Chen returned, not only would he have to hand over the position of monarch to them, he might not even be able to keep his life. Rather than that, he might as well fight to the death. Plop. Following Qin Feng's words, everyone in the hall fell to their knees, afraid that they would be implicated. Crown Prince, have you gone mad? Are you trying to usurp the throne? Impudent, the monarch is still here. How dare you disrespect your elders? A small number of generals glared angrily at Qin Feng, and many of Qin Shing's trusted aides had already unsheathed their swords. Cough, 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 cough. At this moment, Qin Shing coughed repeatedly, and in the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the floor of the hall. When everyone quieted down, he stared at Qin Feng and said, "My son, although I know that you have a violent personality, I didn't expect you to be this crazy. Do you know that if it weren't for this message talisman in my hand, you would have died even if you reached the return to void stage?" Following Qin Shing's words, numerous black shadows appeared outside the hall, and in an instant, numerous heavy silver crossbow bolts were pointed at the hall from countless holes. At the same time, 10 old men appeared behind Qin Shing, and each of them looked like they were on the verge of death. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng retreated in horror. He had lived in the imperial palace since he was a child, but only now did he know that there were so many hidden guards around the palace. Seeing Qin Feng's panic, Qin Shing shook his head and said, "I called you here today not to usurp your position as the crown prince, but to abdicate. After today, you will be the monarch of the Black Dragon Empire." Qin Feng stood in place, and his whole body was stunned. He said in a daze, What did you say? You want to abdicate your position to me today?" Qin Lai defeated the great Qian Empire's army of 300,000 with only 30,000 soldiers, and his reputation was at its peak. Qin Feng originally thought that after the great Qian Empire's siege was lifted, his position as the crown prince would be lost. Even if his position as the crown prince was not taken away, he knew that if he couldn't become the monarch, he would have no means to restrain Long Chen and Qin Lai when they returned. But he never thought that Qin Shing would hand over the position of monarch to him. If he could really become the monarch of the Black Dragon Empire today, then the whole situation would be turned upside down. Qin Feng's expression suddenly became clear, and he stared at the transmission talisman in Qin Feng's hand. "It's a letter from the 5 great sects, and they want me to become the monarch of the Black Dragon Empire." "Ha! The heavens are helping me." Qin Feng thought through everything in a moment. Qin Shing coldly snorted and said, "The 5 great sects? No, it's your master. He said in the letter that you must become the monarch of the Black Dragon Empire, or else the people of the Black Dragon Empire will never be able to walk on the path of immortality. No one would be able to walk on the path of immortality." As soon as these words were said, the surrounding people all trembled. The 9 great empires belonged to the 5 great sects, and every time the disciples of the 5 great sects stepped on the path of immortality, they represented the rise and fall of the power of the 9 great empires. If the letter was true, and no one stepped on the path of immortality, then in less than 10 years, the entire Black Dragon Empire would decline. Qin Feng heard this and laughed even more fiercely. The reason why he became Qin Yunzi's disciple was actually to make a deal, but he never thought that this moment would come at such a coincidence. Qin Yunzi was quite famous in the 5 great sections. Although his cultivation was far inferior to the elders of the other sects, he was very fond of power and often interfered in the affairs of the 9 great empires. He even controlled the succession of the monarch of the 9 great empires and groomed many of the younger generation to become monstrous existences in the various great sections. Therefore, although he was ashamed of the 5 great sects, he turned a blind eye to it. The godly saber sect's elder Yunzi was a grandmaster artificer, and he often appeared in the 9 great empires, and his reputation was extremely high. Chapter 173. Broken City A. Few days later, Long Chun and Qin Lai led 50,000 soldiers to a place more than 5 kilometers away from the imperial capital. However, they soon discovered a problem. The gates of the imperial capital were locked, and the city walls were covered with soldiers. "Something's not right," Qin Lai said in a deep voice. Long Chun looked at the imperial capital and nodded. He said in a cold voice, "When the big Qin Empire retreated, your reputation in the Black Dragon Empire was like the sun in the sky. I thought that I could make you the emperor with a little trick. However, it seems that things are not that simple." Ever since Long Chun broke through to the Soul Formation realm, his cultivation was almost at the top of the 9 great empires. Although he had just broken through to the Soul Formation realm, he was comparable to a Void Return cultivator. This kind of cultivation could easily make Qin Lai the emperor of the Black Dragon Empire. However, in order to help Qin Lai lay a better foundation and prevent the 5 great sect from interfering, he chose to beat back the big Qin Empire's army, first to build momentum. However, he didn't expect that there would be another change. While the two of them were discussing, a man dressed in the monarch's robes slowly walked out from the city wall. His face was filled with arrogance and mockery as he stared at Long Chun, Qin Lai, and the 50,000 soldiers behind them. This person wasn't Qin Qing, but Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked down from above with a smile on his face. He said in a rolling voice, "Third brother, you were able to beat back 300,000 soldiers of the big Qin Empire. I really have a whole new level of respect for you. However, what's done can't be undone. Why don't you kneel and enter the city? I can spare your life." Then he paused and stared at Long Chun beside Qin Lai. He continued, "As for this Long Chun, today, only death awaits him." As his voice fell, the cold spirit breaker, heavy crossbows on the city walls were pointed at Long Chun and the others like stars in the sky. Qin Feng was very afraid of Long Chun. Ever since Long Chun showed his talent, the things he did were more and more frightening. In his eyes, Long Chun was someone he had to kill. However, in the face of the heavy silver crossbows, Long Chun's expression did not change. He only asked coldly, "Although you have become the monarch, the news is not spread to the other countries. If my guess is correct, you are in such a hurry to obtain the position of monarch. It is not the intention of the 5 great sections." Hearing Long Chun's words, Qin Feng's expression gradually darkened. Just as Long Chun had said, the reason why he was able to directly become the ruler of the Black Dragon Empire was because his master, Qin Yunzi, had pressured Qin Qing. Qin Feng must not die. Otherwise, the future of the Black Dragon Empire would be bleak. Qin Qing knew that he didn't have much time left, so he decided to pass the throne to Qin Feng. He wanted Qin Lai to back down and protect Qin Feng with the power of the empire. So what? Even so, now that I've grasped the power of the Azure Dragon Empire, it turns out that the foundation of the empire is much stronger than I imagined. Qin Feng sneered, "But just to kill you, these heavy silver crossbows are already enough." Everyone around nodded. On the city wall, there were more than 10,000 heavy crossbows. They were divided into 3 groups and could attack without any gaps. Even a return to Void Stage expert would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack. "Release the arrows." Following Qin Feng's sneer, countless crossbow arrows rained down like a storm. "Defend." Long Chun's expression darkened. Following his order, the 20,000 soldiers behind him immediately propped up a spiritual light screen with him as the center, blocking the arrows that filled the sky. However, in the next moment, shrill cries rang out. Pucci, the surrendered soldiers behind Long Chun who were originally in the small city, did not have a way to resist and were instantly killed by the arrows. There were even many Kiliarchs in the late stage of the spirit martial realm who were killed by the arrows. On the city wall, the faces of several generals beside Qin Feng changed greatly. They hurried to Qin Feng's side and said, "Your Majesty, this is our army." As soon as the general finished speaking, he saw Qin Feng staring at him coldly. Qin Feng said lightly, "It's only 30,000 people. If they die, they die. As long as they can kill Long Chun, their deaths will not be in vain." Qin Feng's words made the hearts of the surrounding people turn cold. However, no one dared to say anything. Below the city wall, 30,000 soldiers were killed by 7 rounds of arrows. For a moment, except for Long Chin's battle formation light screen, there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Within the battle formation, Long Chun could not help but frown. If this continued, the battle formation light screen of 20,000 soldiers would last a quarter of an hour at most. In the end, they would all be killed by the heavy crossbows. It was not that the battle formation was not powerful enough. It was just that the strength of these 20,000 soldiers was too low. If these soldiers were in the soul formation stage, they could ignore the heavy crossbows. Retreat. Long Chun gestured for everyone to retreat. The 20,000 soldiers supported their shields and retreated. On the city wall, Qin Feng sneered. Just as everyone retreated a kilometer, groups of armored cavalry rushed out from all directions and forced them back into the range of the heavy crossbows. Whoosh! Finally, an arrow broke through the light screen and entered the battle formation. This crossbow arrow killed 7 soldiers in a row. At the same time, the battle formation light began to flicker. More and more soldiers in the formation were as pale as paper and on the verge of collapse. In the corner of the city wall, Qin Qing seemed to have aged. Looking at this scene from afar, he said to the old man beside him in a deep voice, "Did I do the right thing?" The old man was silent for a moment before replying, "Your Majesty did the right thing." That Qin Yunzi roams the 9 great sects. Every time he enters the path of immortality, there are countless disciples. Many of these people enter the 5 great sects and become monstrous existences. Since he wants to support the first prince, we can only submit. Although the third prince is a benevolent and virtuous person, he is fated to be unable to become the master of the Azure Dragon Empire. Even if Long Chun doesn't die today, he will only die on the road to immortality. Even if he enters the 5 big schools, Qin Yunzi will absolutely not let him live for more than a few days. After this explanation, Qin Qing sighed helplessly and turned to leave. He did not want to watch the battle outside the city. He did not want to see Qin Lai die under the crossbow arrows. Since ancient times, the struggle for the throne was paved with blood. How could he not know this? However, the moment he turned around, he saw the bricks on the city wall fall. Long Chun slowly walked out of the battle formation with a longsword in his hand. What does he want to do? Qin Qing stopped and said in a deep voice, "Has he given up? This is good. If he dies under the crossbow, the Black Dragon Empire's foundation will not be affected. Those 10 people will not need to make a move." However, in the blink of an eye, everyone's eyes were attracted to Long Chun, who was below the city wall. They saw that his body was covered in scales. His whole body was covered in golden light, and sword rays surrounded him. Chapter 174. Fear. Long Chun knew that if he retreated today, he would be faced with the endless pursuit of the Black Dragon Empire. Moreover, under the sky full of arrows and the encirclement of countless cavalrymen, if he wanted to escape today, he was afraid that apart from himself, everyone would die here today. Rather than that, he might as well give it his all. Break the city. No one would have thought that Long Chin's first sentence would be this word. Facing countless spirit-breaking heavy crossbows, he actually wanted to break the city. This was the capital of the Black Dragon Empire. After a short moment of silence, the entire city wall was filled with laughter. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh to the point that he was swaying back and forth. He said loudly, "You said that you want to bring 20,000 people to break through the Black Dragon Empire's capital? What a fool's dream. The capital city wall is as smooth as ice. Even a void-return cultivator can't break through it. The city gate is made of black gold and weighs 200,000 kilograms. There are also countless formations on it. Who can break through it? The 20,000 soldiers behind this kid are quite strong. They can actually hold on for so long under the heavy crossbows. However, today, only death awaits them. What a pity. Everyone was calm and composed. Qin Feng even ordered a guard to bring over a golden chair. He sat on it, as if he wanted to watch the battle. Fight! 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 Just as the laughter continued, a monstrous battle intent emerged from the battle formation behind Long Chun. Everyone was stunned. In the face of certain death, there was actually such a battle intent. These 20,000 soldiers were really extraordinary. However, everyone still shook their heads. Even if they could really beat back the 300,000 soldiers of the Qin Empire, they definitely wouldn't be able to break into the capital. However, everyone discovered an extremely terrifying fact. That was that the scales formed by the power of Long Chen's bloodline were actually not damaged in the slightest under the rain of arrows. The heavy crossbow arrows were bounced off one after another, causing sparks to fly in all directions. What kind of bloodline does this guy have? It actually allowed him to block so many heavy crossbow arrows with his divine transformation stage cultivation base. When did a bloodline clan appear in the remote Iron Mountain village? Looks like it's some kind of bloodline with extremely strong defense. I wonder how long he can last. Everyone on top of the city wall was calm and composed. Although there were many comments, in reality, they had already sentenced Long Chun and Qin Lai to death in their hearts. 30 breaths break the city gate. Long Chen's eyes were cold and emotionless. His golden scales made him look like he was bathing in divine light. Ah, did you hear that? He wants to break through my Black Dragon Empire's city gate in 30 breaths. On the city wall, Qin Feng burst into laughter when he saw Long Chun being submerged in a flash like a giant tree in a thunderstorm. Many of the generals and officials around them also laughed in agreement, belittling Long Chun. Wong. At this moment, a curtain of swords spread out from Long Chen's surroundings with a loud rumble. The sky was filled with golden light, as if a scorching sun had just risen. The countless crossbow arrows in front of Long Chun were swept away in an instant. Although there were still countless crossbow arrows shooting towards him, he had forcibly opened up a path in the rain of arrows. At the same time, the battle formation of the 20,000 people behind him suddenly changed. The shadow of a long spear soared into the sky and rushed towards the city gate like a meteor. This scene shocked everyone. They were amazed by Long Chen's terrifying battle strength. As expected of the heaven-defying youth who had killed Huang Puliai with a single sword strike. He had actually used his own strength to forcibly open up a path in the midst of countless crossbow arrows for a short period of time. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Time flew by quickly. The golden light around Long Chen's body began to flicker. It seemed that withstanding such a large amount of the crossbow arrows had put him under great pressure. On the city wall, the people who had been shocked by Long Chen's sword strike once again regained their composure. Although Long Chen's battle strength was strong, at this rate, he would not be able to break through the city gate. At most, he would only be able to walk to the city gate. Everyone looked on coldly. It seemed that everyone was waiting for the moment when Long Chun could not hold on any longer and would be pierced through the heart by thousands of arrows. Qin Feng licked his lips in a bloodthirsty manner. His fingers were faintly trembling because of excitement. In the past, he had used many methods to try to kill Long Chun. In the end, he had suffered heavy losses. Even Xie Jioshan had died an unnatural death. This had caused the situation in the Black Dragon Empire to change rapidly. But now, Long Chun was finally going to die. 30 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. The golden light around Long Chen's body gradually could not withstand the torrential rain of crossbow arrows. However, at this moment, the 20,000 soldiers behind him had rushed out. When everyone thought that Long Chen's strength was not enough, a wave of 5 elements ripples spread out in all directions. An extremely dangerous aura instantly filled the air. The crossbow arrows that Long Chun and the others had shot out were unexpectedly broken one by one and fell to the ground. Kill, kill, kill. Fight, fight, fight. Following the roars, a dazzling light soared into the sky. The powerful aura made all the crossbowmen on the city wall stagnate. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions came from below the city wall. For a moment, the city wall of the imperial city shook continuously as if there was an earthquake. The earth shook and the mountains swayed. On the city wall, everyone, including Qin Feng, did not even have time to react to what had happened. Their whole body fell everywhere. The city wall under their feet shook continuously. They could not stand up at all. The deafening sound made everyone in the imperial city cover their ears tightly. Even many soldiers on the city wall with low cultivation were directly shaken to the point that they bled from their 7 orifices and fell to the ground. Bang! Dong! Finally, with a loud bang and the earth shaking, the scene calmed down. At this moment, the crossbow arrows were no longer there. Countless crossbowmen held their heads and fell to the ground. A gust of wind blew past. It went straight through the city gate and flew up the city wall. Only then did everyone, including Qin Feng, look down in panic. Then they felt a chill run down their spine. Their whole body was covered in sweat. Everyone's mind seemed to have been shaken by thunder. They staggered back a few steps and leaned against the wall. Qin, who had been standing in the corner all this time, was completely dumbfounded. He had been the emperor for many years. No matter if it was his methods or his thoughts, ordinary people could not compare with him. But at this moment, he felt for the first time that he had misjudged this time. Because at this moment, the city gate of the Black Dragon Empire had collapsed. Above the city gate, there's a lot of blood. The blood was like lacquer, slowly dripping down. There were also countless holes, as if it had been hit by an ancient fierce beast. He actually broke through the city gate within 30 breaths. Those people, are they really soldiers of our Black Dragon Empire? Qin cried out involuntarily. When Qin Lai left the imperial city that day to fight against the 300,000 soldiers of the Big Qian Empire, the people he sent were all new soldiers and some slaves from other countries. But now, barely 20,000 people broke through the city gate of the imperial city. Fight, fight! Low battle cries came from the city gate. At this moment, there were still less than 3,000 people in front of Long Chun. However, these battle cries caused everyone to feel a trace of fear from the depths of their bones. Qin Feng looked at these several thousand people and Long Chun and Qin Lai, who were the last ones to be released. His heart actually started to panic. He shouted crazily, "So what if 20,000 people self-destructed and broke through the city gate? Don't tell me you want to fight against the entire imperial city by yourself. Today you will still die." Chapter 175. The Final Battle. Today, everyone finally witnessed what an army was like. Such a fearless army was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Even cultivators at the return to Void Pinnacle stage would tremble in fear. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Qin Lai was able to defeat the Qian Empire's army of 300,000 with only 30,000 men. It was because this army of soldiers was like the soldiers of hell. When the remaining few thousand men let out a heart-wrenching battle cry, everyone noticed Long Chen's figure. His eyes were unprecedentedly cold. At this moment, his heart was burning with rage. Looking at the blood on the city wall, he knew that these people had died because of him. These deaths were different from the ones in the battle against the Qian Empire. If they had all died in battle, many of them would have stood out. However, their deaths today were completely worthless. Their only use was to break open a gate, guard the city gate. "Leave the rest to me," Long Chan said in a low voice. Qin Lai stared blankly at all this. He stood behind the city gate with 4,000 men and watched as Long Chun walked into the imperial capital. He still didn't know why Long Chun was doing all this for him. Although Long Chun had a grudge against the first prince, there was no need for him to do so much for him. He didn't know what kind of favor Long Chun was talking about. He only knew that Long Chun was truly an extraordinary person. When Long Chun walked into the imperial capital and walked up the bluestone steps toward the city wall, the generals and ministers felt their hair stand on end for some reason. None of the generals dared to step forward. Qin Feng stood in place with an ashen face. However, he was also speechless. After all, Long Chen had killed Huang Puliai with a single strike. He was the most powerful cultivator below the return to Void stage. Who would dare to face him head-on? Qin Qing, who was standing in the corner, shook his head and smiled bitterly. He stepped forward and blocked Long Chen's path. Long Chen frowned slightly. He stared at Qin Qing and said coldly, "You want to stop me?" Qin Qing didn't answer. Instead, he replied, "You're talented and have a bright future ahead of you. Why do you have to fight to the death? As long as you leave now, I can guarantee that no one in the entire Black Dragon Empire will hunt you down." Long Chen sneered twice and said, "Although there is no gap between you and me, but as the ruler of a country, you are too quick to judge the situation, unable to distinguish right from wrong. If you wanted to persuade me, why didn't you do so before I entered the city? Now it's too late." Qin Qing's face darkened when he heard Long Chen's cold words. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "Don't think that my Black Dragon Empire only has this much strength. This is the imperial capital, and Qin Feng is already the emperor. If you continue to advance, no one will be able to save you. Not only that, but Qin Feng also has Elder Qing Yunzi of the Five Great Sects as his master. If you kill him today, you won't be able to pass the immortal ascension path, let alone enter the Five Great Sects. You are so talented. Why make things difficult for yourself?" Qin Qing tried his best to persuade Long Chen, telling him that if he continued to advance, only death would await him. But no matter how many words he had, they were all swallowed back by Long Chen's one sentence: "Get out of the way or else die." Long Chen's entire body emitted an ice-cold aura. On the city wall, Qin Feng returned to his normal state after a short moment of absent-mindedness. The corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. As he casually drew an inscription in the air, black shadows from all around the imperial capital rushed toward him. Their speed was so fast that they were almost like phantoms. In just a few breaths, they appeared behind him. In the instant that the 10 black shadows appeared, the people around Qin Feng couldn't help but take a few steps back in fright. Each of them had a look of awe on their faces, and they felt that it was somewhat difficult to breathe. These people were like ghosts. They wore long black robes, and their faces wore ash-white ghost masks. They were indescribably strange. Is this the foundation of our Black Dragon Empire? 10 great return to Void Stage cultivators. I didn't expect this to be true. Rumor has it that every country has returned to Void Stage cultivators. On the surface, the peak of the Soul Formation stage is the limit, but in reality, they all have returned to Void Stage cultivators overseeing them. Only the ruler of the country can control them. This Long Chen still hasn't retreated? That's the same as seeking his own death. Can't you see? His Majesty is determined to kill today. There's no way this Long Chen can survive. Qin Qing glanced back, then immediately said to Long Chen again, "Things have already come to this. Have you really thought it through?" Before Long Chen could do anything, Qin Feng stood on the city gate tower and laughed loudly. He said playfully, "You relied on more than 10,000 people to open the city gate, but what can you do now? Today, you will die without a doubt. Your corpse will be hanging on the city wall." As he spoke, he coldly ordered the 10 black-robed, ghost-masked men behind him, "Kill this person for me." However, the 10 men behind him didn't move at all, as if they didn't hear him. On the steps, Qin Qing shook his head and sighed. He said, "These 10 men are the foundation of our Black Dragon Empire. As long as the ruler is not alive, they won't make a move." After he finished speaking, Qin Qing looked at Long Chen and saw the killing intent in his eyes. He knew that Long Chen wouldn't stop or retreat today, and Qin Feng on the city wall also wouldn't let Long Chen go. Today's battle was already destined to be a battle of life and death. Since that's the case, I'll fight you first. Qin Qing stared at Long Chen, and his voice gradually became cold. Unless there was no other choice, Qin Shing really didn't want to use the strength of these 10 men for Long Chun. Although these 10 men had the strength of a Void Return cultivator, they only had one chance to survive. In fact, Long Chun and Qin Shing didn't have any enmity between them. However, Qin Shing chose to help Qin Feng take over the Black Dragon Empire because of Qin Yunzi's name. And this choice was equivalent to abandoning the third Prince Qin lie. You and I don't have any enmity between us. But if you insist on doing this, today, my sword will have one more soul. Long Chun said, as the hornless dragon sword in his hand hummed. Qin Shing snorted coldly, and a dark green long sword appeared in his hand. Spirit light could be faintly seen on the sword, and engravings covered it. He replied, I've already given you so many chances, but you still overestimate yourself. You're delusional to think that you can fight against Qin Yunzi. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. As Qin Shing's voice fell, streaks of blood-red light shot out from his body. At the same time, his cultivation base instantly skyrocketed. He actually directly rushed from the peak of the Soul Formation late stage to the Void Return stage. Long Chun wasn't surprised by his actions. This man's vitality was almost exhausted, and he would die in less than a month. Since he chose to fight today, regardless of whether he won or lost, only death awaited him. You killed Huang Pulei with a single sword strike. I'd like to see if you really have the strength of a Void Return stage cultivator. Qin Shing said as he rushed toward Long Chun with his longsword. On the city wall, everyone sighed. Chapter 176. Imperial Heritage. Qin Shing and Long Chun stepped down from the stairs and stood with their swords raised on the bluestone plaza street behind the city gate. More and more people gathered to watch. Ever since Long Chun and the others had broken down the city gate, people from all over the imperial capital rushed in like a tidal wave. The people from the Pill Tower also arrived immediately. When they saw Long Chun and Qin Shing confronting each other, even Lu Tsonglan frowned deeply. President, if those 10 return to Void Stage cultivators attack, Grandmaster Long Chun will definitely not be a match for them. Should we step in and protect him? That's right. Grandmaster Long Chun's understanding of the Tao of alchemy can be said to be heavenly. Because of his explanations, several King Stage alchemists have appeared in our Pill Tower in a short period of time. Moreover, he is Yi's master. I don't believe that the Black Dragon Empire would dare to attack the Alchemist Guild. Lu Tsonglan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said in a deep voice, it's useless. Since Qin Feng has already summoned these 10 people, he must be determined to kill them. Moreover, I'm afraid that Long Chun will not back down. Lu Tsonglan had some understanding of Long Chun. He knew that today's battle would not be settled with just a few words. Lu Yi and Yin Li, who were beside him, also had worried expressions on their faces. After Long Chun had left that day, Yin Li had directly killed Yezi after returning to the Pill Pagoda. Everything that had happened in the illusion had made her feel no guilt at all. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. She clearly knew that if she didn't kill Yezi, she wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Therefore, he was very grateful to Long Chun. However, with her cultivation, there was nothing she could do in such a battle. While everyone was discussing, Long Chun and Qin Shing had already exchanged dozens of moves to test each other's strength. Both of them were equally matched. Meanwhile, Qin Shing's death aura was getting stronger and stronger. Let's fight to the death within 3 moves. Qin Shing stared at Long Chun and said coldly. As his voice fell, he waved the dark green long sword in his hand, and waves of boundless green rippled out. Wherever the sword's shadow passed, tornadoes of over 1,000 feet rose from the ground. Just as Long Chun was about to move, he realized that he couldn't move an inch. The strong winds that blew from all directions were like vines that were indestructible. They actually forcefully bound Long Chun to the spot. Grass tree gale kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the tornadoes from all directions rushed toward Long Chun. Essence of grass and wood, sword force of gale. To be able to cultivate the sword art to such a level, it's already not bad. Long Chun stood in place without moving. However, when the countless attacks landed within a radius of 300 meters around him, they had no intention of advancing any further. Long Chen's body flickered with golden light. He waved the long sword in his hand, and countless sword lights shot out. Streaks of piercingly cold sword will spread out. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the chilling intent. Puff, puff, streaks of sword will sank into Qin Shing's attack. In the blink of an eye, his attack began to disintegrate. The original sword force and sword will dissipated inch by inch. Such a violent attack was easily resolved by Long Chun in front of countless people. Everyone's expression changed slightly. It should be known that Qin Shing had already reached the void return stage, and his sword art was at the point of perfection. Even the 10 ghost-masked men behind Qin Feng had a faint hint of surprise in their eyes. However, they quickly regained their composure. How can this be? You can actually break all of my sword force with just sword force and sword move. Qin Shing cried out involuntarily. His whole body was filled with a deathly aura. Qin Shing had been in the military for a long time, and he had an old illness. Although his life was at stake, he had full confidence in his sword art. He had been practicing the sword since he was 10 years old, and now he had comprehended sword force and sword will. However, he had never expected that Long Chen's sword force would break through his sword force. Do you still want to fight? Long Chun asked indifferently. Although Qin Shing now had the strength of the void return stage, Long Chun had activated the power of his bloodline and the golden dragon body, so he was not afraid of him at all. As for his sword art, let alone Qin Shing, he was not even afraid of the people from the 5 great sects, the Wanjian sect. Qin Shing's face was ashen. He knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Long Chun today. However, he still attacked. This was an extremely intense sword will. The sword was neither too big nor too small. It was as thick as a thumb. Wherever it passed, it was like a gentle breeze. However, the moment this ordinary sword will was released, Qin Shing's entire body withered. Then, he fell to the ground and did not get up. However, his eyes were fixed on Long Chun. It was as if he wanted to see Long Chen's death with his sword will. The moment this sword will was released, even Long Chun could not help but retreat in fright. His brows were deeply furrowed. This strike contained almost all of Qin Shing's strength. That was fine, but the obsession of being on the verge of death caused him to be extremely shocked. As Long Chun retreated, this sword will actually closely followed him. However, Long Chun continued to retreat. At the same time, his powerful divine sense quickly enveloped the sword will in an attempt to erase the sword will. After more than 10 breaths of time, Long Chun suddenly stopped. The golden scale armor on his hands surged and forcefully tore apart this sword will. However, his hands were covered in blood and the scale armor was overturned. At the same time, Qin Shing's eyes closed. The former monarch of the Black Dragon Empire had died just like that. Seeing Qin Shing die, countless people sighed and glared angrily at Long Chun. However, only Qin Feng's smile grew wider. Qin Shing's death did not seem to make him sad at all. Instead, he felt a trace of excitement. He walked forward and shouted at Long Chun. "TSK, I didn't expect you to still have some strength. If you were given another 1 or 2 years, I'm afraid no one in the 9 great empires would be able to withstand your sharpness. However, do you have the guts to kill me now?" Qin Feng's provocation was self-evident. He could not mobilize the 10 devil-masked black robes behind him. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than for Long Chun to attack him right now. He could not wait to see Long Chun's blood splatter on the spot. The 10 people behind Qin Feng did not move at all. Behind their ashen white masks were pairs of chilling eyes. Although Qin Shing was not the monarch at this moment, his death still caused these 10 people to emit killing intent. Seeing this scene, Lu Tsonglan finally could not help but stand up. No matter what, he had to say something. "Long Chun, these 10 people are all living dead. They only have one chance to attack. Their cultivation is not something Qin can compare to. Don't be rash. As long as you return to the Pill Tower with me, I don't believe the Black Dragon Empire will dare to disregard the dignity of the Pill Tower. Lu Lan said coldly. Qin Feng's face fell when he heard this. He turned to look at the tunnel below the city wall and said in a low voice, "You can be a coward, but Qin Lai is not an alchemist. I want to see how the Pill Tower will protect him." "Didn't you want to kill me? Now that I'm standing in front of you, what can you do?" Qin Feng sneered. Long Chen shook his head slightly at Lu Lan. Lu Lan smiled bitterly. He knew that with Long Chen's personality, it was impossible for him to agree. However, looking at the 10 devil-masked black robes on the stage, his heart sank. Chapter 177. The return to Void Stage Cultivator makes a move under the gazes of thousands of people. Everyone was subdued by Long Chen's strength. He left the Blue Dragon Empire and headed to the Great Qian Empire. In one day, he became the top 3 on the Heaven Roll and forced the Jianshi San to retreat. After that, he killed Huang Puliai with a single sword strike while facing over 100 late soul formation stage cultivators, shocking the Great Qian Empire. Then he accompanied the third prince and defeated the Great Qian Empire's army of 300,000 with 30,000 soldiers. Now, he broke through the gates of the Black Dragon Empire with the help of the people behind him, broke through the siege of tens of thousands of spirit-shattering heavy crossbows, and killed the emperor of the exalted man nation, Qin. These earth-shattering events caused everyone in the imperial capital to sigh. Many people even subconsciously hoped that Long Chen would retreat. With his talent, he definitely wouldn't be an ordinary person in the future. Unfortunately, he didn't choose to retreat. Instead, he slowly walked up the city wall. As he walked, his aura increased explosively with each step. He looked at Lu Lan from afar and said, "Today my life is in your hands." Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Long Chen's voice fell, countless amounts of spirit energy poured out from his right foot. A crack that stretched for 100 meters appeared on the city wall. One step, another step. Every step was like the movement of a giant beast. The earth shook and the sky changed color. An unprecedented pressure spread around Long Chen. Everyone's faces were filled with pain as they felt the boundless pressure coming from Long Chen's body. Seeing the change in Long Chen's temperament, Qin Feng's expression changed abruptly. He hurriedly retreated. The 10 ghost-faced figures behind him also moved to protect him. This kid is using some kind of secret technique. It seems like he's crazily urging the spirit energy in his sea of vital energy. One of the ghost-faced figures hissed. The 10 of them stood in front of Long Chen and stared at him as if they were facing a great enemy. The leader said, "This kid's cultivation, martial skills, and bloodline are all terrifying. We can't underestimate him. Qin is dead. Qin Feng is the emperor. We can't let anything happen to him." As they spoke, they sealed off Long Chen from all directions. Long Chen looked at the 10 people. He knew that with his original strength, it was impossible for him to defeat these 10 true return to Void Stage experts who were known as the foundation of the Black Dragon Empire. Qin's combat prowess was comparable to a return to Void Stage mighty figure, but in reality, he was still not a return to Void Stage mighty figure. At the return to Void Stage, one would have already refined their divine soul and condensed a golden core. Their divine sense would be able to kill enemies from 1,000 miles away. Some of them could even possess the bodies of others to prolong their lives. It could be said that stepping into the return to Void Stage and the Soul Formation Stage were worlds apart. Therefore, Long Chen immediately used a secret technique. He wanted to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Long Chen, who was relying on his sea of qi, had reached an unprecedented level when he used his secret technique. The spiritual power in his body pulsed wildly, as if it was about to burst out of his body. "Kill him for me, huh?" The moment the 10 ghost faces surrounded Long Chen, Qin Feng seemed to feel a little safer. He immediately ordered a few people to attack Long Chen and kill him. As Qin Feng's voice fell, rays of spiritual light appeared around the 10 people. Their dantian flickered as if they were scorching suns. At the same time, 10 extremely powerful divine senses pressed down on Long Chun. Everyone, including Qin Feng, felt their minds tremble. It was as if there was a thunderous sound, and they couldn't help but kneel on the ground. This was the pressure of divine senses. After reaching the return to void stage, their divine senses had been refined, and they could use their divine senses to produce divine senses. Immediately after, the 10 people stretched out their hands. The countless spirit-destroying crossbow bolts that were shot out from all directions suddenly flew into the sky. Tens of thousands of crossbow bolts were aimed directly at Long Chun. Everyone's swords and sabers flew into the sky uncontrollably. Is this the true return to void stage? Refining one's divine sense, controlling objects with divine sense, and fighting against soul formation stage cultivators. They're in an invincible position. These 10 people are all returned to void stage cultivators, as expected of the Black Dragon Empire's trump card. However, they can only attack once. I'm afraid that this casual attack will kill one of them. The 10 people moved slightly. Just by staring at Long Chun, the changes in their surroundings were enough to make everyone tremble in fear. Divine senses? Break for me. However, in the next moment, a terrifying scene appeared. Tens of thousands of crossbow bolts were aimed at Long Chun. As he took a step forward, a storm appeared in the sky. For a moment, smoke and dust flew everywhere. The tens of thousands of spirit-destroying heavy crossbow bolts directly fell down. At the same time, everyone felt the inexplicably powerful divine senses from the 10 return to void stage cultivators completely disappear. It was as if they were blocked by some kind of barrier. What's going on? Long Chun is clearly only at the soul formation stage. How can he ignore the divine senses of 10 return to void stage cultivators? There's something strange about this guy. Whether it's his combat strength or martial skills, they're really terrifying. The divine senses of return to void stage cultivators can't hurt him at all. It's completely useless. It's unbelievable. This scene really shocked everyone speechless. A soul formation stage cultivator could ignore the divine senses of 10 return to void stage cultivators. If you want to defeat me, divine senses won't be enough. Long Chun's words made the 10 or so ghost-faced black shadows tremble. The scene in front of them set off a huge wave in their hearts. The 10 of them looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes under the masks. As returned to void stage cultivators, they couldn't even use their divine senses at this moment. This was because once they spread out their divine senses, it was like duckweed in the sea. It was forcibly shattered. In fact, they should be thankful that the Dragon Palace was hidden in their knowledge sea. After Long Chun's rebirth, although his divine senses were still at the sovereign level, he couldn't use any divine abilities at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to move to kill them. Just a glance would be enough to kill them. At this moment, Long Chun was only using his powerful divine senses to shatter the divine sense attacks launched by the 10 of them. It was a piece of cake for him. However, if he wanted to restore his divine senses to the past, he would have to step into the return to void stage to do so. The 5 of you attack first. Use all your strength. You must kill him in one blow. This guy's combat strength is too strange, the leader said. As his voice fell, the 5 returned to void stage cultivators in front of him stepped forward. At the same time, the black robes around their bodies instantly burned. Countless inscriptions appeared in the air. In just a moment, there were 3 places around the 5 of them that were filled with intense spiritual light. The surrounding air was distorted. At this moment, they had recovered to their peak. They were truly returned to void stage cultivators. However, they were also like Qin Qing. No matter who won today, only death awaited them. Out of the 10 ghost-faced black shadows, 5 of them attacked at once. This was enough to show how wary they were of Long Chun. The scene just now had really shocked them. They even felt their hearts palpitate. Chapter 178. Intimidating, the five return to void stage cultivators exuded a powerful spiritual might that seemed to have caused the surrounding air to heat up slightly. Long Chun stood in the middle of the crowd, golden dragon essence fluctuating around his body. His sea of chi was 100,000 kilometers wide and could be said to be unparalleled in the world. It would be fine if that was all, but in reality, the sea of chi was not ordinary spirit power, but dragon essence. Facing five return to void stage cultivators, Long Chun, who was using a secret technique, did not have the slightest fear. In the eyes of the crowd, death was certain, but in Long Chun's eyes, he could easily break through it. Buzz. Before the five people could make a move, Long Chun waved the long sword in his hand, and thunder and fire slowly appeared. Battle technique, thunder and fire. As Long Chun's voice fell, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already rushed to the nearest person. He waved the long sword in his hand, and a spirit light instantly ignited, like a sea of fire crashing down on the person. So fast. The expression of the return to void stage cultivator changed greatly, but his reaction was also very fast. The long sword in his hand instantly drew a strange arc around his body, and then countless stone spikes rose from the ground, full of spirit light. The other four people did not expect Long Chun to dare to make the first move in such a situation. They were not slow at all, and almost instantly, they made a move. Majestic spirit power pressed down on Long Chun like a huge mountain. The sword in each of their hands was enough to kill any soul transformation stage cultivator. Long Chun's figure was buried under the attacks of the five people in the blink of an eye. On the city wall, Qin Feng sneered and shouted in a deep voice, "Leave him alive. I want to let him know the consequences of going against me." When the other five returned to void stage cultivators who had not yet made a move heard this, their brows wrinkled tightly. Obviously, they were very opposed to Qin Feng's method. However, after seeing the tragic scene at the gate of the Black Dragon Empire today and losing face, it was not impossible to leave Long Chun hanging on the city wall as a warning. The leader of the return to void stage cultivators took a step forward. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed greatly. Under the attacks of the five people, a sword light of thunder and fire shot out. Under everyone's gaze, the sword projection pierced through the chest of one of the return to void stage cultivators, instantly breaking the combined attack of the five cultivators. Long Chun stepped on the Big Dipper and rushed out like a swan. Sword art, thunder lotus annihilation. At the same time, the long sword in Chong Chen's hand leaped with thunder and fire. Streaks of spiritual light gathered in the sky from all directions. He waved the long sword in his hand, causing the wind and clouds to change color. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Lotus flowers made of thunder and fire danced on the blade of his sword, gradually drifting down like fallen leaves. Everyone was mesmerized by this beautiful scene, but the five returned to void stage powerhouses subconsciously retreated, their faces filled with fear and shock. Boom! Boom! Countless lotus sword shadows landed on the ground, and the entire ground shook. Streaks of azure flames floated in the air. The charred smell of the five corpses seemed to have spread to the tip of the noses of countless people in the imperial capital. Everyone saw the five return to void stage powerhouses covered in flames, screaming miserably, and finally falling to the ground and dying in front of everyone's eyes. Amidst the thunder and fire, Long Chen's body was still bathed in golden dragon essence, and there were 3 visible wounds on his body. Golden blood flowed out on his dragon scales, making him look like a god. No one dared to look directly at him. How is this possible? You defeated 5 return to void stage powerhouses by yourself. Qin Feng cried out involuntarily. The remaining 5 return to void stage powerhouses looked at each other, and for a moment, they had no intention of stepping forward. The leader stared at Long Chun and cried out involuntarily, This is an Emperor stage martial skill. You have an Emperor stage martial skill, and it has reached the transformation stage. As soon as this person said this, countless people in the imperial capital gasped and cried out in surprise. Emperor stage martial skill? How is it possible? How can he have an emperor stage martial skill? And it has reached the transformation stage? How old is he? This person is a genius. Even if he has the opportunity to obtain an emperor stage martial skill, who can reach the transformation stage at his age. If this person enters the 5 great sects in the name of our Black Dragon Empire, our Black Dragon Empire will obtain countless resources. For a moment, discussions rose one after another. Long Chen's battle prowess had shocked the entire Black Dragon Empire. Long Chen's figure walked step by step toward the top of the city wall, where Qin Feng was. His eyes were like knives as he stared at the remaining 5 return to Void Stage powerhouses and said coldly, "Do you still want to fight?" The 5 return to Void Stage powerhouses suddenly trembled. Long Chen's attack just now made each of them feel an unprecedented sense of danger. They knew that even if they continued to fight and defeated Long Chen in the end, their Black Dragon Empire's foundation would be destroyed. An empire without a return to Void Stage powerhouse was destined to decline. Seeing Long Chen slowly walking toward them, the 5 of them did not move. At the same time, Qin Lai finally stood up from below. His face was also somewhat pale. Although Qin Xing chose Qin Feng because of his relationship with Qin Yunzi, Qin Lai was still his son. Qin Lai's death inevitably made him somewhat sad. However, he did not have the slightest bit of hatred toward Long Chen, because he knew that if it were not for Long Chen, the one who would have died today would definitely be him. The 5 of you are all elders of my grandfather's generation. Today, Qin Lai earnestly asks that you do not make an enemy out of Long Chen. If all of you die, the Black Dragon Empire will definitely be unable to recover from this setback. If Qin Feng was a wise ruler, I, Qin Lai, would definitely not dare to have the slightest intention of betraying the Empire. However, this person's personality is perverse and extremely ruthless. Just to stop me and Long Chen, he slaughtered an entire town and even had the intention of slaughtering the entire city. Today, if my uncles stubbornly defend me, even if I win, the Black Dragon Empire will be destroyed in the future. If I lose, when Long Chen leaves, without your protection, I will not be able to turn the tide with my own strength. Qin Lai's every word came from the bottom of his heart. Hearing this, the 5 people's eyes trembled slightly. On top of the city wall, Qin Feng's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot when he heard this. He shouted in a cold voice, "I am now the ruler of the Black Dragon Empire." The 5 of you quickly killed Qin Lai and that Long Chen. However, after he finished speaking, not a single person around him moved. Long Chen slowly walked forward. When he passed by the 5 returned to Void Realm experts, he said indifferently, "What I seek is the great Tao and not the land of an empire. Today, if Qin Lai becomes the ruler of the empire, everything will be over." The 5 people stared fixedly at Long Chen. Then, they looked at Qin Lai and the thousands of people left behind after the city wall was destroyed. In the end, they slowly retreated. Although they had always been hiding in the shadows, they were still very clear about many things that happened in the imperial capital. They also knew the character of Qin Lai and Qin Feng better than anyone else. Chapter 179. I've repaid your kindness. The Black Dragon Empire's capital. Outside the city walls, there were tens of thousands of corpses. A gust of wind blew past, bringing with it a nauseating smell of blood. Above the city walls, Qin Feng's face was twisted. He rushed to the front of the 5 return to Void Stage demon mask figures and grabbed one of them by the collar. He yelled crazily, "I'm the Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire. Kill this person, them, and everyone else here today." Qin Feng was in a state of madness. He couldn't believe that the 5 of them would choose to stop. Long Chen, a soul transformation stage cultivator, actually defeated 5 return to Void Stage cultivators by himself. The 5 of them looked at Qin Feng. They shook their heads and sighed. With a slight movement of their divine senses, they forcibly pushed him away. Then the five of them said to Long Chun in a deep voice, "Remember what you said today. If you want to touch the Black Dragon Empire, the five of us will fight you to the death, even if we have to give up our lives." After the five of them finished speaking, they looked deeply at Qin Lai. Then their figures moved and flew away, disappearing into the darkness. Qin Feng staggered back dozens of steps and stood at the edge of the city walls. Looking down at the tens of thousands of people who died under the heavy crossbows, he suddenly laughed loudly. Looking at Long Chun and Qin Lai, he said in a hoarse voice, "I have lost this battle, but so what? Soon, you will come back to accompany me. That old bastard Qin Yunzi will definitely not let you go." Saying this, Qin Feng actually flipped over and fell down the city walls. "I refuse to accept this." A violent sound rang out. Qin Feng died just like that. He didn't know why he lost at the moment of his death. Originally, when he became Qin Yunzi's disciple, he felt that the position of Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire was his. But then, a small character from the Three Cities tournament in Iron Mountain City turned the situation around step by himself. Long Chun watched as Qin Feng died. The spiritual energy around his body receded like a receding tide. His hair slowly turned white, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Lu Lan swiftly charged over when he saw this scene. He supported Long Chun before placing his hands on Long Chen's arms. He cried out involuntarily, What secret technique did you use to actually cause you to lose almost 30% of your vitality?" Long Chun shook his head without saying a word. Lu Lan saw that he didn't say anything, so he stomped his foot and wanted to bring him back to the Pill Pagoda immediately. However, after taking a few steps, Long Chun suddenly stopped and looked at Qin Lai from afar. Qin Lai also stared at Long Chun. In the end, he bowed deeply and said in a deep voice, "Qin Lai will never forget Mister's kindness." As long as the Black Dragon Empire exists, the Long family of Iron Mountain City will never fall. Long Chun dragged his weak body and turned around. He didn't accept Qin Lai's bow. His breathing was weak as he stared at Qin Lai and said slowly, "I have repaid your kindness. Karma goes back and forth. You and I no longer owe each other anything. You don't have to do this." After saying these words, Long Chun followed Lu Lan and headed toward the Pill Pagoda. Countless Pill Pagoda elders followed closely behind, ready for battle. Yin Li and Lu Yi's faces were filled with worry. Qin Lai stood in place blankly. He still didn't know what kind of kindness he had done Long Chun to make him an enemy of the entire Black Dragon Empire. He didn't even hesitate to make an enemy of the Divine Blade Sect's elder Yunzi. Qin Lai laughed bitterly and took a deep breath. He knew that he was now the true monarch of the Black Dragon Empire. Because of Long Chen's existence, men passed down the order. From today onwards, Iron Mountain Village's Long family will be conferred as a royal family with a different surname. Generations of meritorious service, they can establish a private army of 100,000. They will be allocated according to the royal family's resource allocation method. Pass down the order. The Empire's army is to be ready for battle. Guard against other countries taking advantage of the situation. Pass down the order. Lock down the entire imperial city. Qin Lai displayed unprecedented boldness as he passed down the orders one after another. On the other side, inside the Pill Pagoda, under Long Chen's orders, Lu Lan began to collect all kinds of spear herbs. Long Chun had paid a great price to be able to obtain a complete victory against 5 Great Origin Return Realm experts. After Long Chun consumed the elixir, he immediately went into seclusion to heal his injuries. With the help of the Pill Pagoda, healing elixirs were continuously sent into the secret room. In just 3 days, Long Chun discovered another shocking fact. That was his body's recovery ability. The wound on his chest that was so deep that his bones could be seen had actually disappeared without a trace. At this moment, he discovered that the dragon essence in his sea of qi had an almost terrifying recovery ability. However, when Long Chun sensed the dragon essence in his dantian, he knew that this represented something else. The dragon essence could far surpass the spirit energy contained in an ordinary person's sea of chi. However, if he wanted to condense a golden core, he would need an even more boundless spirit energy to support it. Although the sea of chi of 100,000 miles gave him an almost invincible strength in the soul transformation realm, it also increased the difficulty of condensing the dragon essence by countless times. Right now, relying solely on the resources given by the 5 great sects is not enough to allow me to continue improving my strength. If I want to break through again, I must join the 5 great sects. Long Chun muttered to himself. The 9 great empires had very little resources. The main sources were basically given by the 5 great sections. Long Chun only had a sea of chi of 100,000 miles. If he wanted to break through, he was afraid that even if he seized all the resources of the 9 great empires, it would take him 3 years or even longer to step into the origin-return realm. Long Chun smiled bitterly and shook his head. After recuperating for a few days, he left the secret room. At this moment, although he looked fine on the surface, his strength was actually less than a third of his original strength. Especially after using that secret technique, he had lost his vitality. He could only wait for Lu Tsonglan to find specific spirit herbs and use them to recover. However, when he came out of seclusion, more and more alchemists in the Pill Pagoda came to consult him in an endless stream. In particular, many nobles of the Black Dragon Empire came one after another. The number of spirit herbs that were delivered to him every day was innumerable. Long Chun did not avoid them and accepted them one by one. This action made the 5 origin-return realm experts of the Black Dragon Empire feel a lot more at ease. On the other side, the news of the replacement of the Black Dragon Empire's monarch had also spread among the 9 great empires. Even the deaths of people in the Black Dragon Empire were known to everyone. On one hand, he blocked the news, and on the other hand, he spread many different versions of rumors so that the various countries did not have a clear understanding of what had happened that day. Therefore, after a short period of restlessness, the various countries all regained their calm. The armies at the borders of the Black Dragon Empire also gradually returned to their normal state. Originally, the replacement of a monarch was enough to make the various countries move. However, the immortal path was about to open, and the envoys of the 5 great sects were about to arrive. This made this matter seem less important than imagined. Chapter 180. The Heart of a Father in the Black Dragon Empire. After Qin Feng's death, Qin Lai ascended to the throne 20 days later. Long Chun did not attend his ascension ceremony. These days, Long Chun stayed in the Pill Pagoda and guided many alchemists with his alchemy inheritance. Only when he successfully refined a life-restoring pill did he have the thought of leaving the Pill Pagoda. The news of the opening of the path of immortal ascension had spread. In 15 days, the younger generation of the 9 great empires would gather at the 10,000 feet mountain to ascend the path of immortal ascension. The envoys of the 5 great sects would also arrive at that moment. This was also the reason why the major empires were so calm. Many of the younger generation chose to go into seclusion to make the final push. The major empires also used all their resources to help their younger generation. Long Chun found Qin Lai at midnight and offered him a bottle of sake to congratulate him on ascending to the throne. Although it was not over yet, they were still friends. The sake was finished. Long Chun asked for the fastest flying beast in the Black Dragon Empire and took off. In these 15 days, he planned to return to Iron Mountain Village to take a look. He knew that once he passed the path of immortal ascension and entered the 5 great sects, as long as he had enough resources, he would be able to rush out of this area within a year and find Qingxian in the ancient desolate land. Of course, compared to the 5 great sects, the ancient desolate land was filled with ancient clans. They were all bloodline clans. There were also many opportunities. In his previous life, Long Chun could be said to have soared to the heavens in the ancient desolate land. And all of this, he didn't know how long it would take. He wanted to see his parents, whom he missed dearly in his previous life, before he left. In order to increase the flying speed, Long Chen set up a few acceleration arrays on the flying beast. The originally long journey only took 4 days to reach Iron Mountain City. Following the familiar streets, Long Chen slowly walked towards the Long family. Have you heard? The news from the imperial capital said that the Long family has been conferred the title of a royal family. They will be given royal resources for generations. Not only that, but you can also set up a private army. Right now, more than 10 cities in the surrounding area have come to offer their services one after another. They want to win a good impression. I really don't know what's going on. Ever since the Long family won first place in the grand competition of the 3 cities, they've been thriving. I didn't expect them to soar so high. You don't know about this, right? Half a month ago, one of my relatives in the imperial capital said that Long Chen seemed to have entered the top 3 of the heavenly rankings. That's the ranking of the younger generation of the 9 great empires. Along the way, Long Chen heard a lot of discussions. Although Iron Mountain Village was remote, but there were still many channels to hear bits and pieces of information. As they got closer and closer to the Long family's mansion, the wide streets were completely jammed. There were horses in front and behind of them, carrying them through many alleys towards the Long family. Long Chen's body was like a swimming dragon as he passed through the crowd. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The Duke's carriage should go first." Following a shout behind him, the people on the street all cried out in alarm. No one thought that even the Duke, who was in charge of dozens of cities in the northwest region, would come specially. Long Chen moved slightly to the side, leaving a path, and continued to walk towards the Long family's mansion. However, before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by a person who rushed out from behind him. This person shouted at Long Chen, "Wait on the side. Wait for the Duke to go first." Long Chen frowned slightly. Looking at the huge street, he said indifferently, "It doesn't matter if 3 or 5 more people pass through. Why do you have to do this?" The middle-aged man's face immediately darkened. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a deep voice behind him. "We're about to reach the Long family's mansion. Let's go in first and talk. Don't cause any more trouble." The manager glared fiercely at Long Chen, then left with a flick of his sleeve. Long Chen didn't care. He just smiled and continued to walk towards the Long family's mansion. Long Chen walked straight into the Long family's mansion. However, the Long family's mansion was already crowded with people. Every Long family's disciple was surrounded by people who came to visit. Regardless of whether it was a high-ranking official or a big family, the younger generation, or even the older generation, they were all very polite. Even a Long family sweeper was pulled to the side. This scene made Long Chen laugh involuntarily. He turned around and walked towards the Long family's inner courtyard, sticking close to the wall. As Long Chen walked past, the Duke's sedan stopped at the entrance of the Long family's mansion. A middle-aged man of about 40 or 50 years old walked down and stepped into the Long family's mansion in front of everyone's eyes. This is the Duke. Hurry up and get out of the way." I didn't expect that even the Duke would come. The Long family status in the northwest region will reach an unprecedented height. That Long Chen of the Long family is really the ancestor of the Long family. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. The Long family's disciples were all shocked when they heard the Duke's name. They all blushed and hurriedly informed the Long family's elders to come over. Soon, the Long family's elders hurriedly rushed over to welcome the Duke and walked straight into the inner courtyard. The Duke was very polite. He pulled a few Long family's elders aside and asked about their well-being. He also casually took out many pills and gave them to everyone. Long Tianxing quickly brought many core elders to welcome the Duke. However, his footsteps suddenly stopped as if he felt something. His eyes were fixed on the crowd. In the crowd, Long Chen's footsteps also stopped abruptly. In the crowded Long family's courtyard, the two of them actually saw each other at the same time. Long Tianxing's hair was tied up, and his temples were as flat as blades. However, there were 2 strands of white hair. His eyes suddenly turned red. He pushed the people in front of him away and rushed towards Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chun didn't know why his heart suddenly softened. The moment he saw his father rushing towards him, he only felt waves of hot liquid rushing to the corners of his eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Long Tianqing hugged Long Chun tightly in his arms. His voice trembled slightly. "Is it you, son? You're really back?" Long Chun had only left Iron Mountain City for about half a year. During this period, Long Tianqing had been worried every day. During the grand competition of the three cities, Long Chun killed Xie Changfeng and became the first prince's enemy. This made him feel uneasy. For many days and nights, he saw Long Chun covered in blood in his dreams and woke up in the middle of the night. "Father, I'm back." Long Chun's eyes were red and his voice was choked with sobs. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they immediately burst into an uproar. "Is this the young man from the Long family? The famous Long Chun who walked out of the grand competition of the three cities?" Not only that, I heard that in the Qin Empire, he consecutively killed more than 10 people on the Heaven Roll. He rushed to the third place in the Heaven Roll and forced the second place on the Heaven Roll, Jian Shusan, to retreat with one sword. According to rumors, it seems that even the current emperor's ascension to the throne had a lot to do with him. Countless people rushed forward dauntlessly, as if they wanted to see what the number one genius of the Black Dragon Empire looked like. Chapter 181. Surprised many people looked at Long Chun from afar and were in awe of him. Under everyone's gaze, Long Chun and Long Tianqing walked towards the inner courtyard. Many Long family disciples followed closely behind. Long Chun and Long Tianqing had just sat down when a Long family elder asked awkwardly, "Master, young master, the Northwest Regional Prince is still waiting outside. Should we bring them in?" Long Tianqing finally understood. He secretly thought that he had been overjoyed to see Long Chun and quickly got up to welcome him. "Father can just sit. There's no harm in letting him wait for a while." Long Chun smiled faintly. The elder was stunned and immediately asked, "Young master, you mean to let them wait outside? That's not appropriate. He's a regional prince after all." Long Chun smiled and replied, "There's nothing inappropriate. Just go and tell him. If he's not willing to wait, he can just go back." That elder was a bit stupefied. Although it was rumored that Long Chen's reputation was great now, and he was even known as the number one expert of the Blue Dragon Empire's younger generation, but that was a duke. He was in charge of dozens of cities. In the entire Blue Dragon Empire, perhaps only the Emperor could make him wait at the entrance. Long Tianqing also seemed to feel that it was a little inappropriate. However, when he saw Long Chun waving his hand, he did not say anything else and directly ordered the elder to leave. The elder walked out. When he saw the regional prince, his expression immediately became respectful. He cupped his fists and said, "Regional prince, if you're not here, please drink a few more cups of tea and wait for a while." When these words came out, the surrounding people's expressions became strange. The housekeeper looked around and his face darkened. He said in a deep voice, "There's not even a seat here. How can we drink tea?" "Shut up." At this moment, the regional prince said in a gloomy voice, "We'll just wait here. Elder, please go in and inform young Master Long that he must meet me today." After saying that, the regional prince actually stood at the entrance of the inner courtyard without moving. However, he stood there for an entire day. It was only when the sun set that someone brought him into the inner courtyard. "Give the Duke a seat of honor," an elder from the Long family said hurriedly. The chair arrived, but Duke Qin Kai stood there without any intention of sitting down. Instead, he looked at Long Chun. This scene shocked the housekeeper and the many elders of the Long family. The steward felt his back drenched in cold sweat. In his heart, he wondered who this Long Chun was to be able to make the regional prince act so servile. Today, he followed Qin Kai here. He originally thought that he was only here to meet this royal family member with a different surname. As for Long Chun, although he had heard of him and knew that his strength was not low, wasn't this a bit too much? "Duke, please take a seat. I, Long Tianqing, have neglected you today." Long Tianxing cupped his fists and said. Unexpectedly, Qin Kai still had no intention of sitting down. Instead, it was Long Chun who said indifferently, "My father asked you to sit down, so sit down. If you have something to say it quickly." Only then did Qin Kai sit down. However, he still looked very restrained. After Qin Lai's rank, although a lot of information was blocked, as the Northwest Duke, he still received a lot of information. He also knew a little about what happened that day. The young man in front of him was not someone he could provoke. "Mister, it's like this. Now that the Long family is a royal family with a different surname and belongs to the Northwest, it is naturally under my management. This is the list of resources to be distributed in the future," and Qin Kai's attitude was very humble. Long Tianxing and the others were not used to it. He even called Long Chun Mister. After Qin Kai finished speaking, Long Chun waved his hand. "If there is nothing else, you can go back. Just do these things according to the rules." Qin Kai quickly nodded. However, he did not leave. After hesitating for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Since I met Mister today, I have something that I would like to ask Mister for help with. Please save my life." Long Chun frowned slightly, but still asked, "What is it?" Qin Kai's flattery was not a good person. However, he was the Northwest Duke after all. Who would dare to kill him in the Black Dragon Empire? Qin Kai quickly said, "I have already reported this matter to the imperial capital. Many soul transformation realm experts were transferred here. However, they all died mysteriously. Since I met Mister today, please save me. After this, I am willing to pay any price." "Speak." Long Chun coldly snorted. Qin Kai's mind trembled. He quickly said, "It's like this." Hearing Qin Kai's words, everyone was enraged. Long Tianxing couldn't help but frown and say, "You're saying that a man killed dozens of people in your mansion and kidnapped your concubine in order to steal your wine? Then, he threatened to take your life." Everyone was filled with hatred. Only Long Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. He frowned and stared at Qin Kai in front of him. After a while, he asked coldly, "You are saying that he has many accomplices, and each of them is extremely proficient in the art of assassination? Moreover, there were black clothes with star patterns on them." Qin Kai heard this and nodded repeatedly. Long Chun slammed the table and stood up. The aura around him dissipated. Qin Kai was directly thrown out and heavily hit the wall. Long Tianxing and the surrounding elders of the Long family also stared at Long Chun. At that moment, they felt an unprecedented sense of danger from Long Chun. The Long Chun in front of them was no longer the young master of a Long family in Iron Mountain Village. "Speak the truth. Otherwise, even if you are the Duke, I will take your life today." Long Chen's cold voice caused everyone's heart to tremble. Only now did the housekeeper know why Qin Kai was so respectful to Long Chun. He had been with the Duke for many years. Although the Duke was lazy, his cultivation was still at the peak of the early soul transformation realm. However, in front of Long Chun, he could not even withstand a single breath. There was blood at the corner of Qin Kai's mouth. His face was extremely pale. He stood up from a wall, feeling the killing intent from Long Chun. He was extremely frightened and did not dare to hide anything. It turned out that Qin Kai was also a wine lover. Because of a bottle of ancestral wine that had been passed down for thousands of years, he tore down a winery and took the winery owner's daughter back to the Duke's mansion. This was originally not a big deal for him. However, he did not expect that when he was drinking and having fun that night, a man would rush into the mansion and save the woman. Moreover, the man also took away the bottle of thousand-year-old wine. As the Duke, Qin Kai naturally sent people to chase after the man. However, he did not expect that he would encounter many assassins in black clothes with star patterns. None of the people he sent out survived. After hearing this, Long Chun gradually revealed a smile. He stared at Qin Kai and said, "Does the man you mentioned have a bottle of Black Star wine on his waist? This person is also wearing white clothes and has an overwhelming righteous aura." Yes, the wine bottle on his waist is extremely eye-catching. "Sir, do you know this person?" "Yes, sir, please save me." Qin Kai hurriedly shouted, "You stay in the Long family. If you want to live, Wait for me to leave and go to the road of immortal ascension with me. Long Chen's face revealed a bit of expectation. Chapter 182. Yixing drank hard with Qin Kai's help. Long Tianqing dismissed all the guests who came to give him gifts and stayed by Long Chen's side. "Chener, where's Qin Xian? Why didn't she come back with you?" Long Tianqing couldn't help but ask. Long Chen's mother held Long Chen's hand and said, "Chener, although your cultivation is strong now, you can't stray from your heart. Qin Xian is a good girl." Long Chen laughed bitterly and explained, "You're worrying too much. Qin Xian is fine. She just had some other matters to attend to and didn't come back with me." Long Chen didn't tell his parents about Qin Xian's return to the ancient desolate land so that they wouldn't be troubled. Long Tianqing didn't have any intention of asking further. The three of them started to eat, and laughter could be heard from time to time. The family of three was happy and harmonious. This ordinary life didn't make Long Chen feel bored. Instead, it made him feel more relaxed than ever. However, he knew that he had to leave in the end. 5 days passed in a flash. Long Chen was about to embark on his journey again. Although he had been reborn, the hatred from his previous life was deeply rooted in his heart. Just like how he had to repay Qin Lai's kindness in his previous life, he had to settle it. In fact, Long Chen knew that even if he gave up everything and didn't pursue the martial path, he wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life. This was because he understood his hypocritical master too well. The so-called master who had transcended was actually a very stubborn person. If he wanted to become a great emperor, the only way was through the primal chaos golden codex. In his previous life, it was because of this that he found Long Chen, who had the body of a great emperor. In this life, Long Chen definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He wanted to settle all the grudges from his previous life in this life. Long Chen stepped onto the flying beast and took Duke Qin Kai with him as he left. Behind him, Long Tianqing rode on the ground for several hours and followed closely behind. However, he slowly watched Long Chen's figure disappear into the horizon. Long Chen did not turn back. He knew that if he did, he would not be able to stop himself from stopping. However, he had to leave. Only by resolving all of this could he truly be at ease. This time, he had brought back many spiritual herbs from the Pill Tower and left them all to Long Tianqing. In addition to the cultivation techniques he had left behind, it was enough for the Long family to prosper. With Qin Kai in tow, Long Chen slowed down as they passed through the county town. He was waiting for someone, waiting for an old friend from his previous life. The ruler of the night, Ao Sangxiong. Along the way, Qin Kai explained everything clearly. As the Northwest Commandery Prince, although he often used his subordinates to do some shady business, he never killed anyone. Compared to the other nobles, he was nothing. As for these things, Long Chen was too lazy to care about them. However, he knew that someone would take care of it. Someone would definitely take care of it. That person was Ao Sangxiong, his only sworn brother in his previous life. He respected him like a father. Although Long Chen and Qin Kai were sitting on the flying beast, their speed was not fast. Soon, Long Chen's face revealed a smile, because the person he was waiting for had arrived. It was a simple white robe without the slightest pattern. It was plain white, yet magnanimous. The wine pot at his waist contrasted with it, making it seem rather dazzling. His eyebrows were like distant mountains, heavy but not messy. His eyes were not big but abnormally bright. It was as if there was nothing he could not look straight at. If we are brothers, even if I turn into a demon, so what? However, in this life, there's still a wine that I have not tasted. In his previous life, Ao Sangxiong destroyed his Dao heart and turned into a demon for Long Chen. He fought 10 Heaven Domain experts and finally died with a smile. His life was magnanimous. Northwest Regional King, do you know your crime? Before Ao Sangxiong arrived, his voice was like rolling thunder. Hearing this familiar voice, Long Chen revealed a smile. His right hand flashed, and he directly pushed Qin Kai down from the flying beast. Long Chen's push caused Qin Kai to be stunned. His body quickly fell from the sky. No, no, I don't want to die. Save me. Qin Kai screamed with all his might. However, Long Chen didn't react in the slightest. Ao Sangxiong, on the other hand, moved. He stepped on his flying demonic beast and flew over, grabbing Qin Kai. He gave Long Chen a deep look before descending. The smile on Long Chen's face grew even wider. He followed closely behind and descended. When the three of them stood on the ground, Qin Kai was so scared that he couldn't speak. Although he was in the soul transformation realm, he didn't know why he couldn't even think of resisting in front of the two people in front of him. Ao Sangxiong frowned and asked Long Chen in a deep voice, "Why did you push him off the beast? Do you have a grudge with him?" Long Chen smiled. "No grudge." Ao Sangxiong asked again, "Then you did it to punish evil and promote good?" Long Chen's smile did not fade. "Although I am not a bad person, I am not a completely good person. Not all." Ao Sangxiong looked at Long Chen and frowned. "Then why did you kill him?" "Because I knew you would save him," Long Chen replied. Ao Sangxiong's expression froze, and then he asked again with interest, "Then how did you know I would save him?" "Because he did not deserve to die, so you would not leave him in the lurch. Am I right?" Long Chen smiled. Ao Sangxiong looked at Long Chen. The simple conversation made him very interested in Long Chen. He had never met Long Chen before, but Long Chen seemed to know him quite well. Qin Kai, you should leave. From today onwards, do good deeds every day. I will personally tell Qin Lai that if you do anything evil again, your life will be in danger. Long Chen waved his hand, indicating for Qin Kai to leave. In reality, Long Chen did not care about the matter of Qin Kai. However, he knew that if he did not deal with Qin Kai, Ao Sangxiong's mind would be on dealing with him. Long Chen knew that his way of dealing with the situation was just right. After all, he knew the young master of Dark Star too well. As expected, seeing Qin Kai nod his head, Sangxiong let go of his right hand and said, "This punishment can be considered fair. However, if I find out that you did not follow my orders, I will personally come back to take your life after the path of immortal ascension." How could Qin Kai dare to say no now? At this moment, he did not want to stay here for even a second longer. He rolled and crawled away. Seeing that the matter was settled, Qin Kai looked deeply at Long Chen. He did not say anything else and turned around to leave on his flying demon beast. Long Chen followed closely behind with a smile on his face. They walked side by side. "Why are you following me?" Ao Sangxiong's tone was somewhat unfriendly. Long Chen stared at him and said, "You and I are going the same way. We are both going to the path of immortal ascension. I have a jug of wine that I want to drink with you. You and I have never met before. Why do you want to drink with me? If you want to, then do it. If you don't want to drink, then forget it. If someone offers to drink, I will definitely not refuse." Chapter 183. Path of Immortality. The path of immortal ascension was the only way for the younger generation of the 9 great empires to enter the 5 great sects. It was also closely related to the future development of the various empires. Along the way, Ao Sangxiong was amazed by Long Chen, and the two of them drank to their heart's content every day. Long Chen's understanding of the art of drinking coincided with his. Not only that, but he also mentioned the art of brewing wine, which made him even more interested. "Brother Long Chen, may I know which sect you're going to visit on your journey to the Immortal Ascension Road?" Ao Sangxiong asked. Long Chen was silent for a moment, but he could not help but think. In his previous life, he had joined the Wanjian sect and learned the way of the sword. But now, his way of the sword was unparalleled. What reason did he have to join the Wanjian sect again? However, if he joined other sects, there would be no redeeming qualities. After all, his ultimate goal in joining the 5 great sects was to obtain resources so that he could recover his previous life's cultivation as quickly as possible. A moment later, Long Chen said, "I want to enter the 100 Smelting Clan." The 100 Smelting sect was one of the 5 major sects. Its core was mainly the refinement of charms, pills, and spell formations. However, it could only be regarded as the weakest among the 5 major sects in terms of status. However, in terms of wealth, the 100 Smelting clan was definitely ranked first. Hearing Long Chen's words, Ao, Sangxiong frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "From what I've observed, Brother Long Chen, your words and actions are extraordinary, and your cultivation is even more extraordinary. Why did you choose to go to a place like the 100 Smelting clan? You must know that only when you are strong yourself can you be truly strong." Long Chen shook his head. He did not answer, nor did he intend to explain. Seeing Long Chen's attitude, Ao Sangxiong didn't say anything else and followed the two of them. After passing through the 9 Dragon Vein Mountains, the two of them got off their flying mounts at the same time. Behind 9 Dragons Mountain, road of immortal ascension. After this path, one could not ride a mount and could only enter on foot. According to his calculations, tomorrow would be the day when the path of immortal ascension would open. Today, everyone should have arrived. The path of immortal ascension is fraught with danger. Why don't we travel together and support each other? Long Chen suggested. Ao Sangxiong paused and frowned. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head and moved away. Long Chen shook his head and laughed. Although the short drinking session made Ao Sangxiong have a good impression of him, it was far from the point of complete trust. However, Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. In his previous life, the two of them had met on the path of immortality. After that, they had experienced many things and became sworn brothers when they entered the 5 major sects. After passing through the 9 Dragon Mountain, Long Chen had only walked for tens of thousands of meters before he saw 5 towering mountains. Between the mountains was a stone staircase that could allow thousands of people to pass through at the same time. At this moment, there were already many people walking up the stone staircase. Long Chen gazed into the distance and saw that there were envoys from the 5 major sects on top of the 5 mountain peaks. If someone performed well on the path of immortal ascension, or if they were suitable for the cultivation method of the 5 major sects, they would be accepted regardless of whether they passed the path of immortal ascension or not. Less than 10 meters below the top of the 5 mountain peaks, there were 9 circular platforms. These platforms were already packed with people. These people were the people of the 9 great empires with high status. On the top of the Godly Knife Sect's peak, there were several arrogant young men in their late 20s. In front of them was the sect's elder. The elder wore a dark red robe with a long knife pattern revolving around it. This person stared at the disciples of the various countries who were gradually walking up the path of immortal ascension and said in a deep voice, "Senior Brother Qing Yunzi's 2 disciples were killed. The 2 people he personally assigned also died an unnatural death. He specifically ordered that no one from the Black Dragon Empire can walk out of the path of immortal ascension today." The elder's expression was gloomy. The young men behind him immediately cupped their fists in response. One of the youths even took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "These past few days, Disciple has already inquired. The reason why so much turmoil has occurred in the Azure Dragon Empire, 70% of it, is because of a youth called Long Chen. This person came from the Northwest Metro Mountain City. Then, he displayed an extremely powerful sword cultivation. His battle prowess is extremely strong. Currently, he is ranked 3rd on the heavenly ranking." The words of the young man caused the elder to frown slightly. Soon after, he said, "This time, we won't be the only ones to act." The monstrous disciple of the Tongbai sect, Ho Kong, was personally promoted by Qing Yunzi. It is said that he has also specially sent people to deal with this matter. It is best that we kill this so-called Long Chen before he does. Of course, it is not only this guy called Long Chen. You guys think of a way to make the people from the other countries kill as many people from the Black Dragon Empire as possible. Then, you guys can directly enter the 5 major sects. If this matter can be completed smoothly, we will obtain many benefits. This scene happened almost at the same time on another mountain peak. This mountain peak was where the Tongbai sect was located. In a short period of time, Two of the five major sects actually chose to target the Black Dragon Empire because of the pressure of their monstrous disciples. At this moment, Long Chun still walked to the end of the stairs. At the end of the stairs was a huge platform where the disciples of various countries were gathered. At noon, a white-haired old man jumped down from the Wanjian sect in the middle and landed in front of everyone. The surrounding people could not help but retreat when they saw the aura around him. Long Chun scanned with his divine sense. This person was an expert at the late stage of void return. However, Long Chun knew that in the Wanjian sect, the late stage of void return was merely an outer sect elder. The true core elders were almost all half-step to Dao integration or even Dao integration. This was also the reason why the Wanjian sect was the head of the five major sects. Report the names of the disciples of various countries. Those whose names have been confirmed can directly wait for the road of immortal ascension to open. The others who are on the list must be checked and tested, the old man from the Wanjian sect said in a deep voice. His voice was not loud, but the people around him heard it clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, many people came out from the crowd. Ao Tsangxiong was among them. These people's cultivation was not bad, but they were not from the 9 great empires. Perhaps they were from the 9 great empires, but did not obtain a place to enter the road of immortal ascension. These people had to go through another round of tests. On the one hand, they had to verify their identity. On the other hand, they had to test whether they were qualified to enter the road of immortal ascension. Of course, these tests were very strict. Almost 90% of the people were eliminated. Therefore, many people were envious of Long Chun and other people who had obtained a place to enter the road of immortal ascension. After seeing Long Chun, the other people from the Black Dragon Empire who had obtained a place to enter the road of immortal ascension all approached him with reverence. Many people with unknown identities were directly expelled from the mountain. Some people who had not reached the middle stage of soul transformation were also eliminated. After a long while, the entrance to the road of immortal ascension slowly opened. The so-called road of immortal ascension was actually the road to the 5 major sects. However, the 5 major sects had set up many tasks on this road. Chapter 184. An uneven road. On both sides were towering stone platforms. Behind the stone platforms were 5 endless paths that led straight to the sky. They slowly separated. The main road leads to the heavens, and one can ascend to immortality. At the end of the path of immortal ascension was the 5 great sects. As the test was over, the elders of the 5 major sects landed and removed the ceiling formation on the stone platform with a wave of their hands. The 5 paths lead to the final side training grounds of the 5 major sections. Everyone must try their best to obtain the stone key in the secret cave. Otherwise, even if you reach the end, you will not be able to enter the 5 major sections. The 5 great sects are recruiting a total of 200 disciples on this path of immortal ascension. Everyone, let's go. After the elders casually explained the rules, everyone impatiently walked to the main road behind the stone platform. Long Chun was followed by dozens of people from the Black Dragon Empire. Just as they walked past the stone platform and entered the road of immortal ascension, the elders of the Godly Knife Gate and the Tongbai Gate gave them a deep look and sneered. After the crowd had left, the elders and disciples of the 5 great sects also walked into the path of immortality. Then they disappeared into the forest on both sides. The elder of the Godly Saber sect stared at the backs of Long Chen's group from afar and said to the few youths beside him, "Go and tell everyone to kill as many disciples of the Black Dragon Empire as possible. Anyone who can take down Long Chen's head will have 3 qualifications to enter our Godly Saber sect." The young man nodded and didn't seem to care. He replied, "There's no need for that. Once we enter the depths of the road of immortality, we can easily find 1 or 2 people and kill them without anyone noticing." The elder shook his head and said, "There are other elders and disciples from the other 3 sects observing the path of immortal ascension. Unless it is absolutely necessary, don't make a move. Even if you want to make a move, it is best to wait until the second half of the path of immortal ascension." After crossing the path of immortality for 10,000 meters, the mountain path beneath their feet gradually disappeared and was replaced by a wilderness of woods. Layers of undulating mountain ranges also gradually appeared. Mr. Long Chun, these 5 paths lead to different sects, and each sect has different test missions according to their characteristics. Which sect do you intend to go to? The Black Dragon Empire's disciple asked after Long Chun. Needless to say, Mr. Long Chen's swordsmanship is superb, so he must be from the Wanjian sect. Moreover, the Wanjian sect is the head of the 5 major sects, so it is naturally the best place to go. Everyone nodded. Only Long Chun shook his head and said, "My goal is the 100 Smelting Clan." If you're willing to follow me, I will naturally take care of you. Of course, if you have other choices, I will not stop you. 100 Smelting Clan? Long Chen's words caused many of the Black Dragon Empire's disciples to be stunned. Among them, a few of those with higher cultivations revealed puzzled expressions. The 100 Smelting Clan was ranked at the bottom of the 5 major sects. Of course, if that was all there was to it, it would be fine. However, the core of the 100 Smelting Clan was the place where the 5 major sects refined talismans, refined pills, and so on. In their eyes, it was the last place to go. Among them, a few people with higher cultivations looked at each other. In the end, they chose to cup their fists in front of Long Chun and walk in the direction of the Wanjian sect. Some of them walked in the direction of the 3 major sections. Only a small number of people with lower cultivations chose to stay behind Long Chun. Long Chun slightly shook his head. These people's choice of the Wanjian sect was understandable. However, he was afraid that among them, only 2 or 3 people could pass the immortal path and enter the Wanjian sect. Long Chun had walked the immortal path in his previous life, so he was very familiar with it. The most difficult part of the immortal path was the second half of the journey. In the first half of the journey, everyone was walking in the same direction. Moreover, everyone was walking in groups. Their goal was to find the secret cave and seize the task item, the stone key. However, in the second half of the journey, everyone would be separated. People of different paths would start to fight openly and covertly for the quota of sections. They would even start to fight. As for the last part of the journey, it was incomparably tragic. Everyone would meet again. Because of the number of task items, a chaotic battle would break out. That battle was the most frightening part of the entire immortal path. Mr. Long Chun, our cultivations are not high. The requirements of the 100 Smelting Sect are also relatively low. We are willing to follow you. Please take care of us. The remaining people respectfully said to Long Chun. Long Chun nodded and motioned for everyone to continue forward. Pay attention to finding the secret cave. Although there are demonic beasts guarding the secret cave, there are also stone keys. The path we are walking in is slightly closer to the 100 Smelting Sect. There should be talismans, pills, and the like. It will be very beneficial for the later battles. As everyone went deeper into the mountain range, the surroundings gradually became less spacious. Everyone could only determine the general direction and continue forward. There are demonic beast feces in front of us. As long as we follow it, there will definitely be a secret cave. One of the youths was quite thoughtful. He quickly found traces of the secret cave. Long Chun nodded and everyone followed him. Sure enough, not long after, they saw a medium-sized stone mountain. There was a dark cave near the stone mountain. Waves of foul odor came from the cave. Occasionally, low growls could be heard. Long Chun was just about to speak when he spread out his divine sense. His brows furrowed and his face gradually became gloomy. He saw that there were 2 groups of people rapidly approaching them from the north and the south. These people all had ruthless expressions and the corners of their mouths curled up. That definitely did not come for the demonic beasts here. Someone can't help but make a move so quickly. Long Chun muttered to himself. He knew Qin Yunzi's strength in the 5 great sections. Qin Feng's death would definitely bring countless disasters to the Black Dragon Empire. Moreover, Qin Yunzi had once said that as long as Qin Feng did not become the emperor of the Black Dragon Empire, he would return to being the one who would not be able to pass the path of immortality in the Black Dragon Empire. It seemed that these words were true. Long Chen sneered. In his previous life, he had suffered many losses at the hands of Qin Yunzi. It seemed that in this life, it would be the same. Don't act rashly. We have guests coming, Long Chen said indifferently. Everyone was bewildered, but they were still vigilant. In less than 10 breaths, nearly 20 people came from the north and south. Is there anyone called Long Chen among you? The leader on the left stared at Long Chen and the others and asked coldly. The people on the other side were also eyeing covetously. They seemed to be ready to attack at any time. Long Chen's expression did not change. He said indifferently, I am Long Chen. Do you have any advice for me? When they heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. They smiled and said, It seems that we are lucky. Rumor has it that you have the cultivation of the third on the heaven list. Today, we want to see if it is true or not. What third place on the heaven ranking? I think it's just an undeserved reputation. More than 10 people from the great Qian Empire were killed in a single day. How strong can the heaven ranking be? The person behind him sneered. Chapter 185. Weapon Fusing Stone. After entering the road of immortal ascension, the various countries began to search for the secret cave. They tried their best to collect the stone keys and other items in the secret cave. However, a piece of news gradually spread on the road of immortal ascension. It was that Qin Yunzi wanted no one from the Black Dragon Empire to enter the 5 great sects, and those who killed Long Chen would receive 3 spots to enter the Godly Knife sect. This huge temptation caused many people to start approaching the people from the Blue Dragon Empire. The team that had their eyes on Long Chen did not know that the two were now facing each other. However, when the mournful cries rang out, the first battle on the road of immortal ascension had already begun. At a stone mountain that was neither too big nor too small, a demonic beast was killed, and the stone key was taken away outside the stone mountain. 2 groups of people had their throats slit with a single sword. The many people who had heard the news and wanted to kill Long Chen felt a chill run down their spines. Most of the people who died were in the middle stage of the soul transformation realm. This miserable state was enough to show Long Chen's strength. Although these people are not from the 9 great empires and their strength is only considered to be below average, this kind of miserable state is enough to show that this mission is not easy to complete. This person is in the top 3 of the heavenly ranking. I'm afraid that only Jian Shi-san and the Wind Marquis can fight with him. It's said that these 2 have reached the late stage of the soul transformation realm and are rare geniuses of the Big Dry Empire. On the other side, although Long Chen had killed many people and his decisiveness and combat power had shocked the people who followed him, none of them looked good. The road of immortal ascension was filled with the best of the younger generation. Now that the road of immortal ascension had just opened, and they had already encountered such a situation, the dangers ahead could be imagined. Long Chen naturally knew what they were thinking, but he did not say anything. In fact, he knew that even without these people, there would not be more than 5 people who could pass the road of immortal ascension and become disciples of the 5 great sections. After all, there were only so many stone keys. If he wanted these people to have the required number, it would be a very difficult matter. Here are the things we got from the secret cave. There is a weapon melting stone and a thunder note talisman. They might be useful in the future. A young disciple behind Long Chen handed the things he got from the secret cave to Long Chen. Long Chen originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw the weapon fusing stone, his eyes flashed and he reached out to take it. The weapon fusion stone was a special material of the 100 Smelting Clan's weapon refining branch. It could be fused with many weapons by injecting spiritual power into it. It had many uses for weapon refining. Long Chen had seen many of these items in his previous life, but they were not very useful. They were even more useless when used to repair damaged weapons. For example, if he were to use this spirit melting stone to repair the broken weapon that he had obtained from the National Treasury, even if he could restore it to its original state, the array inside would not be able to be used. It was as if a piece of scrap iron had been repaired. But now, Long Chun had an idea. If the broken weapon was really an ancient weapon, then it should be at least an Emperor-grade weapon. An Emperor-grade weapon might not be much in his previous life, but if he had it now, it would be very beneficial to Long Chun. If it was in his previous life, even if he had more spirit melting stones, he would not be able to repair an ancient broken weapon. After all, almost no one could repair the array inside. Even the people of the 100 Smelting clan were the same. But now, he had the inheritance of arrays. If he could crack the array inside, it might be possible to repair it with the spirit melting stone. Long Chun thought so and had the mentality to give it a try. Let's continue to move forward and collect more stones, Long Chun said. Everyone nodded, but they were very confused. The talisman was extremely precious in their eyes, but it was worthless in Long Chun's eyes. In the first half of the Path of Immortality, the core was to enter the secret cave and kill the monsters to obtain the stone key and the things left behind by the big sections. The reason for this was, on one hand, to reduce the number of people. On the other hand, it was to test the real combat power of the participants. After all, they were all semi-god realm cultivators, but their combat power could be very different. After the first two groups that surrounded Long Chun were killed, the Path of Immortality became much more peaceful. Until the sun set in the west, no one attacked again. The first part of the Path of Immortality is about to end. You don't have to look for the secret cave in this part of the Path of Immortality. I will look for it myself. Long Chun seemed to be a little serious. Everyone agreed immediately. Although they had helped Long Chun find the secret cave along the way, Long Chun had killed almost all the demonic beasts in the cave. As for the stone key, Long Chun did not keep it to himself. He chose to share it with them. Of course, they also knew that the chances of entering the 5 big sects were still very slim. In the past, it was very rare for the Black Dragon Empire to have 5 people enter the 5 big sections. After all, the Black Dragon Empire was the weakest among the 9 great empires. As they followed Long Chun, they realized why Long Chun asked them to slow down. The originally wide mountain range gradually narrowed. The dense forest also gradually disappeared. Gradually, they entered the plains. However, on the plains in front of them, there were small black stone hills. When they looked up, they were densely packed together like ant nests. Not only that, because this part of the Path of Immortality was a plain and the path narrowed, the participants who were originally going in different directions gradually appeared in their field of vision. For a moment, figures flashed in all directions. Every group began to be careful. After all, there were no restrictions on the Path of Immortality. It was not impossible for people to kill each other and steal the stone key. Is that the guy from the Black Dragon Empire? The person in the lead should be Long Chun. I never thought that he would be so young. Is he really the 3rd ranker on the heaven ranking? The dozens of people from the Great Yu Empire looked at Long Chun's group from afar. Big brother Yufeng, you are ranked 4th on the heaven ranking. I don't think you are much weaker than this person. Compared to Jian Shursan and Marquis Feng, I don't think this person is much. A skinny monkey-like youth beside him echoed. The man called Yufeng nodded. He looked deeply at Long Chun. Turning around, he swept a glance at the people from the Great Qian Empire who were several hundred meters away. Soon after, he coldly snorted and said, I'm afraid that this person is at most 20 years old. After all, rumors are just rumors. That Black Widow is only a woman. I'll go and test him later. If I have the chance, I'll first kill this Long Chun before challenging Sword 13. On the other side, Jian Shursan and Marquis Feng did not even look at Yufeng. Since the two of them arrived here, their eyes had been fixed on Long Chun. That day, when Long Chun forced Jian Shursan to retreat with his sword, it had always been a thorn in Jian Shursan's heart. Marquis Feng was ranked 1st on the heaven ranking and could be considered one of the top youths of the various empires. Chapter 186. Provocation. Feng Ming Marquis warning made Jian Shursan's face turn incomparably pale. Originally, the two of them had planned to avenge Long Chen's sword on the Immortal Ascension Road. However, ever since the 300,000 soldiers of the Qin Empire had been defeated and returned home, Huang Piluo had repeatedly warned them to avoid fighting Long Chen head-on on the Immortal Ascension Road. I don't know what the Emperor is thinking. Even if Long Chen is strong, he is still only in the Soul Formation realm. You and I have both reached the late stage of the Soul Formation realm, and he only defeated me with his sword. If it was a life and death battle, he would not be able to survive. Jian Shisan's face was gloomy. He had always been obsessed with the way of the sword and was still holding a grudge against Long Chen for defeating him with a single sword. All right, there are so many secret caves here, and the monster beasts inside should have reached the early stage of the Soul Formation realm. You can use this chance to practice. If there are any blind people you can vent your anger on, but try not to provoke Long Chen. Fengming Marquis had always been careful. Although he did not know why Huang Piluo said this, he knew that there was a reason behind it. It was most likely related to the defeat of the 300,000-strong army. Jian Shisan seemed to be very obedient to Fengming Marquis' words. Although his face was filled with unwillingness, he still nodded in agreement. But Jian Shisan's mood was very bad. His entire face was drooping like the bottom of a pot. He walked straight to a secret cave several hundred meters away. Holding his sword, he shouted to the people around him, "Everyone scram. This is a secret cave. My big dry empire wants it." Fengming Marquis could only shake his head and smile bitterly at Jian Shisan's actions, but he did not stop him. This action instantly caused everyone in the surroundings to frown, especially the two groups of people in front of the secret cave. These two groups of people had originally planned to lure out the demonic beasts within the cave, but now they were forcefully stopped by Sword 13. Jian Shisan, aren't you being too arrogant? Could it be that your great Qin Empire thinks that there's no one in my Cloud Sky Empire? In front of the cave, the leader of the group, a young man around the age of 27 or 28, shouted with a gloomy expression. Following his shout, the dozens of people behind him immediately stepped forward and released their cultivation. They were all in the middle stage of the Soul Formation realm, and the two in the lead were even in the late stage of the Soul Formation realm. Cloud Sky Empire? Jian Shisan was in a very bad mood, and his words were merciless. In the previous Immortal Ascension due, if it wasn't for the Black Dragon Empire and the Iron Mountain Empire being at the bottom, you guys would only be a bunch of trash. When the leader of the Cloud Sky Empire heard this, he was instantly enraged. He shouted, "Rumor has it that you were defeated by a single sword strike. Now you don't dare to seek revenge? Why are you behaving atrociously here?" As soon as he said this, Jian Shisan's body suddenly became cold. His eyes were filled with anger, and he leaped out with the dragon slaying sword in his hand. Suddenly, the sword light rushed into the sky like a stream of fire. Jian Shisan slashed out with his sword, and the mighty aura caused the wind to explode. The sword light covered the sky, and sword was slanted out. Boom! With a single slash, the leader of the Cloud Sky Empire was sent flying several hundred meters, slamming into a stone mountain. Following Jian Shisan's attack, the dozens of people from the Cloud Sky Empire were filled with anger. They never thought that they would clash with the Big Dry Empire in this place. Suddenly, the people from the Cloud Sky Empire charged at the Big Dry Empire. The Big Dry Empire people behind the Wind Marquis stared at the people from the Cloud Sky Empire and asked in a deep voice, "Sir, should we make a move?" The Wind Marquis looked at the enraged Jian Shisan, and after giving two bitter laughs, he calmly said, "Kill them all, and take the stone keys." Suddenly, the two sides began to fight. The surrounding people all retreated out of fear of being caught in the crossfire. Long Chen also noticed this from the distance, but he didn't care. Instead, he led the people behind him to a stone mountain in the corner. He had walked through the immortal path in his previous life, so he was quite familiar with this place. If he remembered correctly, the stone mountain in the corner should be an 8-legged lizard, which was equivalent to the peak of the middle stage of the divine transformation realm. Moreover, This secret cave was set up by the 100 Smelting Clan, and there were 8 artifact melting stones inside. He clearly remembered that this place was taken by someone else, but he was angered to death because there were only 3 stone keys inside. However, this monster was very hard to deal with. Walking in front of the stone mountain, Long Chun confirmed that this was the place. He planned to enter and kill the monster himself. After all, the 8-legged giant lizard was very hard to deal with once it left the cave. It was very fast, and Long Chun was confident that he could easily kill it with his dragon essence. You guys wait for me outside. Try not to clash with anyone. The core of this place is still the stone keys. As for fighting, save your strength until the end of the immortal path. Long Chun ordered. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Long Chun turned around and was about to enter. However, at this moment, a sword ray fell in front of him and directly cut into the stone mountain, leaving a deep sword mark. This stone mountain is for the Great Yu Empire. An arrogant voice came from behind Long Chun. Yu Feng's eyes were full of arrogance as he stared at Long Chun. At the same time, the mid-soul formation realm cultivators behind him stepped forward, their eyes full of mockery. Long Chun frowned. The Great Yu Empire was ranked 4th among the 9 empires in China. However, this empire was very far away and was not near the Black Dragon Empire. The face of a Black Dragon Empire disciple in front of Long Chun immediately darkened. He said angrily, "There are so many stone mountains here. Why did you choose ours, oh?" The Black Dragon Empire's 3rd place on the heaven list is indeed different. In the past, the Black Dragon Empire always came in last place on the immortal path and retreated when they met someone. Yu Feng sneered. Several Black Dragon Empire disciples wanted to retaliate, but they were stopped by Long Chun. Long Chun looked deeply at Yu Feng and said indifferently, "Let's leave this place to them. Let's go." Although the people behind Long Chun were angry, they obeyed Long Chun and didn't say anything. Seeing Long Chun turn and leave, the Great Yu Empire's crowd roared with laughter. This made the disciples of the Black Dragon Empire so angry that their veins bulged and their anger soared. Long Chun had just walked 100 steps when he saw Ao Sangxiong, who was dressed in white, appear in front of him. He was alone. Ao Sangxiong casually tossed a jug of wine to Long Chun and asked with a puzzled expression, "That person's cultivation is nothing to you, right? Why did he retreat?" Long Chun caught the jug and drank it without any hesitation. He then looked coldly at Yu Feng and the others who had already started to enter the cave. He said in a deep voice, "I'm not afraid, but if we fight head-on, I'm afraid that the lives of these people behind me will be lost. If that's the case, why should I bother with him?" Long Chun led the crowd to another nearby mountain. Chapter 187. Good wine tempting. Long Chun looked deeply at Ao Sangxiong and smiled without saying a word. Seeing Yu Feng and the others enter the stone mountain, Long Chun led the people behind him to another stone mountain. This time, Long Chun chose to enter the cave alone. After a short while, the roars of the demonic beasts disappeared. When Long Chun walked out, he was holding 5 weapon melting stones and 3 stone keys. On the other side, Yu Feng and the others had already killed the demonic beasts in the stone mountain. However, their expressions were not good, because most of the mountain was filled with weapon melting stones. This kind of stone mountain was simply a waste of effort for them. Oh, Sangxiong looked at the weapon melting stones in Long Chun's hand and frowned. He asked in confusion, "Do you really need these weapon melting stones?" Long Chun nodded and said, "I currently have 25 weapon melting stones. If I can get 15 more, it should be enough." Ao Sangxiong smiled. With a flash of light, several weapon melting stones appeared in his hand. He said, "I have a lot of these things, but they're not useful to me. Take them as a gift for the wine you invited me to a few days ago." Long Chun smiled and did not refuse. He raised his hand and took the weapon melting stones. At the same time, on the other side, the people of the Cloud Sky Empire who were fighting against Sword 13, Marquis Fengming, and the others were all killed. The 2 late-stage soul transformation stage experts in the lead were all beheaded by Sword 13. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spine and subconsciously retreated. They were very afraid of the strength of the Qian Empire. In the sky, an extremely high place, two middle-aged men wearing sword robes nodded slightly. Their condescending eyes pierced through the clouds and fell on Jian Shisan. I never thought that there would be such a sword genius on the path of immortality. Jian Shisan's second place on the heaven ranking is indeed worthy of his reputation. He is also suitable for our Wanjian sect, the square-faced middle-aged man praised. The people from the various sects had used various methods to observe the people on the path of immortality. Everyone's every move was under their observation. On one hand, it was to prevent people from deliberately cheating. On the other hand, it was to pay attention to specific talents. For example, the Wanjian sect would make an exception for a genius in the Tao of the sword like Jian Shisan, even if he couldn't walk the path of immortality. This was also the reason why the major sects would leave different things in the secret cave, such as the weapon melting stone or the talisman spell. If the 100 Smelting clan found out that one had good talent after using it, they would be specially recruited. The Tombi sect mostly left behind some fist techniques that could be learned quickly, and the Godly Saber sect, Jian Shisan, this boy is indeed not bad. His dedication to the way of the sword is very suitable for our Wanjian sect. If his mind is tempered further in the future, he will be a promising talent. However, did you see that disciple of the Black Dragon Empire? It is said that he was able to defeat Jian Shisan with a single sword strike. Rumor has it that he is also a genius in the way of sword. On the other side, a middle-aged man was standing on a flying demonic beast. His gaze gradually fell on Long Chun, who was standing beside Ao Sangqiong. The square-faced middle-aged man stared at Long Chun for a long time. He shook his head and said, "This guy just entered the path of immortality and killed dozens of people. His sword moves were clean and neat. However, I don't think he is very malleable. It seems that his sword technique is old. He must have received some inheritance. His future is limited." At the same time, the major sects began to look for talents in various ways. For the strong people who had walked the path of immortality, in fact, they were more willing to find those who had extremely high comprehension in a certain aspect. Long Chun had obtained enough weapon melting stones. He wanted to repair the broken ancient weapon. This broken ancient weapon should be at least above the king stage. It was very likely to be an emperor stage weapon. As for the god stage weapon, Long Chun didn't dare to ask for it. After all, god stage weapons were extremely rare even in his previous life. At this moment, the weapon melting stones were in place. The next step was to obtain as many stone keys as possible. After all, this wasn't a good place to smelt weapons. Long Chun led everyone to another stone mountain. The location he chose was relatively remote. At this sensitive time, Long Chun didn't want to have a conflict with everyone. After all, at this moment, the Black Dragon Empire was the target of public criticism. "What? I see that you're still alone. Don't you want to consider completing the mission with me? When the time comes, we could divide the stone keys." Long Chun once again threw an olive branch to Ao Sangqiong. Ao Sangqiong stared at Long Chun and laughed. He had an inexplicable good impression of Long Chun. In fact, it was more of curiosity. For example, when Long Chun first met him, he seemed to understand his temperament very well. He even knew about drinking wine like the back of his hand. And he knew that it was impossible for anyone in the 5 major sects to know about him. Confident, Ao Sangqiong didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. However, he still didn't plan to travel with Long Chun. He came to the 5 major sects with the intention of sightseeing. On the other hand, he wanted to stay away from the Dark Star organization. "Don't be in a hurry to reject me. If you travel with me, I can brew a pot of drunken immortal for you when we enter the 5 major sects." Long Chun looked at Ao Sangqiong and laughed. Sure enough, the moment he finished speaking, Ao Sangqiong's words of rejection were forcefully swallowed back into his stomach. Instead, he asked in surprise, You know how to brew drunken immortal? Long Chun smiled but didn't say anything. Ao Tsangxiong was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll accompany you on this journey. However, if you lie to me, I won't let you off so easily." Just like that, Ao Tsangxiong was finally pulled into the camp by Long Chen's offer of good wine. Long Chen knew this big brother of his from his previous life too well. However, when Long Chun was about to head to the second stone mountain, the group from the Great Yu Empire actually came over again. Yu Feng, the leader of the group, had a gloomy expression on his face as he threw the weapon-fusing stone in his hand onto the ground and said coldly, "Did you know that the secret cave was full of trash and deliberately played with me?" Long Chun and Ao Tsangxiong frowned slightly. The people from the Black Dragon Empire behind them were already trembling with anger. It was Yu Feng and the others who had snatched their secret cave, and now they were actually looking for trouble. "Sire, aren't you going too far? You were clearly the one who snatched someone else's secret cave. Why are you making a false accusation now? Moreover, who knows if there are people from the 5 great sects in this secret cave?" Ao Tsangxiong said in a deep voice. Ao Tsangxiong's words made Yu Feng's expression even more gloomy. He said coldly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Are you another small fry from the Black Dragon Empire? I heard that you're ranked 3rd on the heaven ranking. I, Yu Feng, would like to exchange pointers with you today." Long Chun shook his head slightly. He wasn't in the mood to reason like Ao Tsangxiong, because he knew that he could only rely on his sword to reason with these people. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.